with her service of more than 2 decades serving as a diplomat, she is most suited to be the right person to be speaking to you all and opening this incredible program. So a small background of Her Excellency Ambassador Hilda Suka-Mafudze is that she's a wonderful Zimbabwean national. She is, as I said, a wonderful diplomat. During her career, Her Excellency Ambassador Hilda Suka-Mafudze did a whole host of work in her country, and here as she served the African Union, she started as an entrepreneur, a service leader in her country, and she served as a member of parliament who did a great job in as far as empowering the youth and people of all the sort of needs. She made sure their voices were heard. And then after serving and being granted that honor of continuing to serve, she served in Sudan and Southern Sudan for more than 10 years. And she moved down into Malawi, where she served before she joined the African Union. So I'll say, I think she is, as I said, the person that has to be suited to talk to you. So you're most welcome to listening to her as a mother and as a service woman. So you'll get a lot from her, and I have to say thank you to you all that organized. Welcome, Your Excellency, to the podium.
Thank you very much, Josepha, for this beautiful introduction. Yes, we're here to serve as African Union, and having had this opportunity to work with the youths, even when I was a member of parliament, it has kept on going for me. If you want things done, and if you want to ground something, like right now we're looking to work with the diaspora, we want to ground the diaspora and say to the diaspora, this is who we are. We co-join with our motherland, which is Africa. So I've seen it important for me to work with the youth. Let me begin by saying, I welcome all of you following this program over Zoom and live stream. All speakers from the Diplomatic Corps, my fellow ambassadors, the regional vice president, Eastern and Southern Africa, World Bank, representatives from the USA government, United States Institute of Peace, a Citibank, a Google, think tanks, the academia, local governments, civil society, businesses, AU organs, and youth groups. I would say all of you, you're welcome. Even those that I have not mentioned, you are welcome to this program. I wish to say how happy I am to have met the young women and men of African roots that have worked with my office to put together this beautiful program. When we think about women and men that we celebrate, I must say they made history because they showed up when they found that there was a need to be met, and they knew that failure to make a difference was not an option. It's indeed an honor to be among all the participants who are celebrating Black History Month in this February. It's a wonderful time to step back and recognize the many great gifts Africans brought to the world at large. Our various cultures that transcend the world are worthy celebrating. If this day was first celebrated in America among African Americans in 1926, we all, the people of African descent, now honor this month because it is a great thing to recognize our interconnectedness. I must say, when we planned this program, we surely realized that there were just too many good things to talk about. We decided to make it a youth-based program, like I've said earlier, I find when you work with the young people who see the future, the old people have the fusion of everybody, but let the youth, give them the opportunity. Just tell them what it is, and they will run with the issue. This is what I've witnessed with this program that we are at. Make it a youth-based program to create a platform to discuss the best ways of hearing their viewpoints, their areas of interest. That is why you will find the program involves panelists, speakers, and presenters who were requested to address ways of promoting economic growth, trade and investment, promoting opportunity and development of the African diaspora, gender inclusion, arts and culture, diplomatic dialogue on engaging the diaspora, information technology, and more other areas that I've not spoken about. All these topics are among the African Union's major priorities. And AU leadership is devoted to making sure the youth are a priority. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Union is working on several continental projects. Among those, youth engagement is exclusively important to the African Union Commission. Under H.E. Musa Faki Mahamat's leadership, the chairperson of the African Union. It is worthy noting that the chairperson clearly outlined in his vision the importance of youth development in Africa. What a good way of nurturing our young people, to have them take shape, to have them know that where we are, the forefathers have done what they've done, and as we are here at this present moment, and inculcating and nurturing the young people, what are we saying? It will mean tomorrow will unveil, will look beautiful, because the younger people who will be following will find the glory, will find blooming flowers of what we're yearning to have at the end of the day in your motherland, Africa. Under Musa Faki's leadership, African Union Commission is centering its efforts and the resources towards achieving this goal. This is coupled with many more key flagship projects, which emanate from our 50-year development plan for Africa, which we call Agenda 2063. Most of us in the room know about this Agenda 2063. And as we go on doing and coming up with so many different programs, almost like the Black History Month that we have time, we'll be able to sing about this 2063 that we're talking about. And they say, this is what we want to see Africa unveiling to be. And the work starts now. It's already started, let me put it that way. And on this journey of providing opportunities to millions of African youth, we are focusing on the fundamental areas: education, entrepreneurship, employment, engagement, and health, mental, and reproductive awareness. Here's what we are doing in these areas. It is where we continue to seek the involvement of our youth in the diaspora to form partnerships with their counterparts on the continent to meet meaningful goals to advance development. I like to say there is power in numbers. Having been a member of parliament, I know what that means. It's very, very strong. There is power in numbers. Just as simply as just go out there and break a branch, make it into pieces, and put them together and try to break them. You will not achieve. But take one stick, break it, yes, it will happen. So there is power in numbers. To attain meaningful goals, the education system that is based on regional job markets and continental markets is key. alternative pathways to literacy for millions of youths that have attained traditional higher education degrees, teacher development to support our still developing education systems in this area, regular training, securing books, technology equipment, and developing learning resources locally are also key. Youth partnerships in business, sharing information in their areas of interest, and the like. I conclude by saying, let us all make this day, this celebration, an opportunity to make our ancestors, like the African Unity Foremothers and the forefathers, and Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who started this stream of celebrating our culture and who we are as people of African origin, continue to stay relevant by empowering our youth to continue the Black history legacy. Let me say, I look forward to a program that is thoroughly engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Black History Month celebration. I thank you.
And thank you, Excellency, for hosting us today. And thank you so much for your incredible leadership. You are exactly right. You have an ambitious plan with Agenda 2063, but none of that is possible if we don't focus on engaging and supporting young people here in the United States and as part of the continent of Africa and as part of the global diaspora. So thank you so much for your work, and also thank you for mentioning that we have to take advantage of strength in numbers. You're absolutely right. It's easy to break us apart if we go one by one, but if we go together, it becomes very, very difficult to separate us, very, very difficult to break our chain together. And so we look forward to continuing to hear more about Agenda 2063, to contributing to it and to seeing it become a reality. Thank you again for hosting us today. We're going to continue to hear from the diplomatic corps with our next discussion. This is going to be a high-level diplomatic dialogue from the African Diplomatic Corps about engagement of the diaspora from their countries and about the development of the continent of Africa and cultural heritage preservation. We will be joined by moderator Cynthia Chiguinye, who is the African Union Youth Ambassador. She's going to moderate this discussion, and she will be joined by excellencies from the Republic of Burundi, from Sierra Leone, and from Tanzania. We are excited about this conversation and to hear more from our diplomatic corps. Thank you so much. Although all of you are so busy, thank you so much for taking the time. And so, Cynthia, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for the introductory remarks. As mentioned, my name is Cynthia Chiguinye. I'm the African Union's Youth for Peace Ambassador covering the Southern Africa region. Now, when we were meant to start at 10 past 10 EST. So I will be a very strict moderator. I think we should be done at about 20 past 6 o'clock my time, which is South African Standard Time. And before I go on to engage the different excellencies that we have on this panel, perhaps allow me to reiterate what Her Excellency Ambassador Suka Mafuta said, that there is power in numbers, and she really showed that she's an advocate for young people and the inclusion of young people in peace and political processes. The first person that we're going to go with on this panel is His Excellency Ambassador Jean de Dieu Ndikumana from the Republic of Burundi. And the first question that I have for you, particularly because you have an academic background in political sociology and international relations, is that what opportunities are available for young people to have a voice at the decision-making table? So what can young people do to ensure that their voices are heard and included when it comes to decision making.
Yeah, thank you so much to give me this opportunity to talk about to engage our youth, of course, in the decision makers, especially in the country. So being abroad, this is first of all an opportunity to celebrate this Black Month and to see what we can do for our diaspora in the sense of looking back to the roots, so from the countries where everyone come back. So youth, so in many African countries, they have that proverb saying that you lose the youth, you lose your future. It's like even so you invest in the future, your future is bright. So I think this is a great moment to engage our youth, our diaspora, in many sectors. Me, every time I see how diaspora, I say every time to them how they are lucky. So to know two different areas, so two different totally the health, I can say, from Africa and here, modern and development reality. So being here is an opportunity to learn the good thing. And good, when I say good thing, is education, is a wealth. So this modern technology and communication and so on. So, and think how they can go back to help the back home development in many sectors where maybe here it seems like normal, but in back home it is still like a big need to coordinate development and so on, and social development. So
let us all unite and celebrate together
to promote that love from the back home. So loving your back home is to be connected with of course with the country. So to follow what is happening there, and according to your expertise, to look how you can involve in the development, in the politics, and so on, in the following. So that one side, when we talk about youth, and as a representative of countries, we have to interest, to motivate them as political willing to value our diaspora where they are, in motivating to come back to contribute, to build their country, in giving what they earned, of course, in Western countries. So what I realized is most of the time there are lack of communication from the high rank of politics to youth abroad, so is diaspora. So, and what we do, we engage them in encouraging what they are doing, and they create that environment of exchange, how we are doing in our back home, in a politically, social economics, which area our country needs. So, and we try to match those reality, so we find diaspora very excited to know that what maybe they look like, granted, they can have impact, a big impact in contribution. So I think as a government, to give value, to give space to our diaspora, it's something very important to engage them, to engage them. So, and I think this opportunity leading by African Union is a great thing, because I found that most of the time every country through its representative is engaging with the diaspora and is, only seeing the country only, back fellowship, fellow countries only. But this is an opportunity to put together like ideas as our looking back to our continent, why not to make, for example, a meeting which will include every African diaspora, and at that time we figure out the strategy to work together and look a continent. Of course, we look our own countries, but we may find out the strategic to look as one diaspora to Africa. I think could be a great thing, and at that time even our political leaders can see can see how diaspora abroad, they are speaking one voice according many issues politically, transparency, good governance, economy, technology. I think can match well when we create that platform where we change our issues, our success stories, and so on. So we tried every time to create that kind of moment to talk about those kind of two realities. Nowadays it seems like one village, but the gap was still there. So it's okay to engage really our youth in the development, in the political, in the sense to become even make the decision makers, of course, in the talking with the decision makers back home. Yes, that's.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Ndikumana. I think if you see me smiling a lot, it means your time is almost up. So this is now an indication to all the other participants. But as they say in East Africa, it's Murakoze Chani. Thank you.
Wow, great.
Thank you for the key points that you touched on, not just on how the African diaspora and the youth in the diaspora should be able to learn from the United States or the other countries that they're in, and see where there are areas of possible collaboration when it comes to the African continent. So what you really touched on is being innovative and seeing what can be implemented back home. One of the issues that you also spoke about is the issue of technology, which is one of the key areas that we're focusing on, and more particularly in a COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 era, there is really need to invest in technology. So the second question that I will have, and this will be directed to one of the excellencies that will be joining us, I tried to search on the participants list if we have His Excellency Sadiq Wai from Sierra Leone. So Your Excellency, if you're on the panel, would you please just indicate to me that you are with us? Do we have His Excellency or a representative from
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us make
Oh, great. Thank you.
My name is Ibrahim Fofana, and I am the cultural attaché for the Sierra Leone Embassy.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for joining this panel, and we look forward to hearing from you. And as I had said just after His Excellency's remarks, that he really touched on the importance of technology and how that could be used as an area of possible collaboration between the Africans on the continent and the African diaspora. Perhaps the question that I would want you to engage in is that technology is very important for young people, and there are areas of possible collaboration. How are you preparing as the Embassy of Sierra Leone in the United States? How are you preparing the next generation to have skills and opportunities and to access technology as this relates to integration within core industries? So this question really touches on technology playing a role in uniting us as Africans in the various parts of the world that we're in, and what has the Embassy of Sierra Leone done to contribute to technology and development of skills within the technical spaces.
And thank you, Cynthia, for the question you posed. But I must, first of all, indicate that I was not supposed to be speaking in this webinar because it's my ambassador who had the role. However, be it as it may, he's not currently with us, so maybe I can step in, but I must also indicate that I would not be speaking directly what the embassy or the ambassador would stand for. I may be making contribution based on my own knowledge and experience regarding the question you posed. Additionally, I must let you guys know that I'm just a very, very new staff in the embassy. I'm not even quite a week yet, so it's quite a challenge for me to be speaking on the position of the embassy regarding such a very big and serious and important topic. Having said that, I would like to note that we all would aware that as it is, technology, particularly in the field of communication, is very key and central to the development of Africa, particularly the youth. We see how social media particularly has moved across the world and connecting people even in very remote places where we never thought such things would happen. Now we can see, for example, in my country, Sierra Leone, in West Africa, where I come from, we can see people right in the most remote and hard-to-reach areas communicating with their brothers and sisters right in the capital, Freetown. This is just an indication that if technology is developed beyond just simple communication by taking a phone and say, hey, how are you doing? And we move it towards providing other kinds of support to our economy and our social life, definitely there is going to be a complete turnaround in our countries in Africa. We see how in some countries we're still developing the kind of technology to go into those kind of things, but we see how in other countries we use the mobile apps and the mobile phone to do financial transactions. I mean, in places where there are no banks, where you cannot get a loan and so on and so forth. And all of these are just pointing to the need for us as government and as embassies and as a people to move away from our traditional, comfort zones and to explore and invest in new technology that will impact our continent. We are still behind in Africa in terms of technology, but the good thing that has happened with the coming of the internet and the social media stuff, it is a way that we can immediately not really catch up, but be at same par with the rest of the world. So what we need to do in our countries is to, position technological education and innovation as key in our policies for education.
For example, in my country, the new government, which is the government of President Julius Maada Bio, has made it one of his flagship programs to bring education to everybody in the country, particularly every youth and girl child. If we should pursue that to the fullest, we would realize that in Africa, before the turn of the next century, most of our youth who are in the main uneducated and unemployed would find themselves very educated, and even if the governments cannot find them employment, they can find themselves self-employment through the use of technology and innovation. Maybe that's where I can stop for the time being.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for that multidimensional response that you gave. It touched on development, it touched on women's rights, and I think even though you put a disclaimer that you are just new with the embassy, we all think that the embassy did a good job and you've represented them very well. To make this panel more engaging than it is, perhaps we can make time at the end of the session for a few more questions from the audience. So if any amongst the participants has got a question for Ambassador Ndikumana, who spoke first, and also Ibrahim from the Sierra Leonean Embassy, you can just note them in the chat box, or even compliments to say some of the issues that they touched on are very relevant and they speak to us, not just as young people, but also as natives and descendants of the continent. One of the issues that you also touched on is the issue of economic development, which is what Ibrahim referred to. And that will bring us to the third question that I would like us to engage on, and it's the issue of economic opportunities. On the program that I have, we are supposed to be joined by Her Excellency Elsie Kanza from the Tanzanian Embassy. Your Excellency, are you on the call? I had indicated to the organizers to let me know if you're joining us today. So if Your Excellency is on the call, please indicate to me. If Her Excellency Elsie Kanza is not on the line, it's there a representative from the Tanzanian Embassy who will be speaking on her behalf. Anyone from Tanzania? Okay, yeah. You're making my job really difficult as a moderator here. And I think if some of you were in my shoes and a speaker is not on the panel, it's not an easy incident to deal with. But perhaps let me bring this question to you, His Excellency Ndikumana. It's the question of economic opportunities and expansion between the African continent and the African diaspora. What opportunities are there for collaboration so that there is co-development of our continent, and not just co-development that is channeled or directed by people on the continent, but also people that are in the African diaspora? So what are the opportunities for economic engagement?
Yeah, thank you, moderator, for that question. So, diaspora, I said first how lucky they are. So, to be where they can actually be aware of the actuality of economy, the opportunities developed in where they are. So in Africa, they are, I can say, most of the time in many areas they are like a virgin. I can say they have to start really things by the beginning. So that means there are much opportunity there in economics. So in every area, either you find it's there but needs improvement because it's a lack of, technology to improve it well. So, and where you are as a diaspora, you see how it becomes easy to do that kind of business. And the tools is there. So you know the tools, you know the machines to to boost that kind of scale of economy where maybe that is not. So it's very huge as an opportunity, and we as African representative of African, I say every time through politics, to motivate in creating, of course, the platform to inform and to motivate and to facilitate the diaspora. When you talk about the diaspora, they are willing to help, but most of the time, they don't have a really support in the sense of directions, in the sense of facilitation, and most of the time you find the diaspora complaining about, so how maybe, because maybe I am from there, I can't, they don't have a trust in me that I can do that kind of national project, for example. If it's electrification, for example. But here I work in electricity here. I know exactly. And we can go together with other diaspora and they just prioritize as diaspora to implement that kind of project. So there are lack of really that trust, and even in the diaspora, there are lack of willing to work together when it comes to go back as a project, So we need to sensitize those kind of relationship, and in creating trust, in creating even advantage, we have to prioritize our diaspora in implementing some projects, in giving opportunity. The opportunity, they are there. But most of the time, who profit that, you find is maybe not really the African diaspora. So we may prioritize them and come to look the expertise and to prioritize them. Otherwise, the opportunities there are many in economics in our countries, which diaspora can help more, but we have to engage them. We have to have a political willing together as Africans to engage our African diaspora abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ndikumana, for that engaging response that you gave. And one of the issues that you touched on is the issue of belief in ourselves and being able to trust another African person to do the same work that we outsource to other people. And I think this goes back to one of the scholars that I really love the most, who is Frantz Fanon, who speak about the decolonization of the mind, to be able to trust ourselves and our identity as a people. So you find oftentimes one would prefer to buy from another person than to support somebody in the African diaspora or to support somebody in the African continent. And that's really a reflection of how much work we need to do. One of the issues that you spoke about, which is the issue of technology again. I think if we go back to even this event where Ambassador Mafuta spoke about youth being able to mobilize and being able to speak about certain issues. One of the things that I noticed online was that there was an invitation that was shared, which is the same the date that I have shared. But how many people, actually young people, were able to share this on their social media accounts or on Twitter to say, this is the event that we have, and we're extending it, not just to the people that are participating in this event, but also to to the people that are not here so that they're able to participate online. So really, how are we advancing the work that we're doing beyond this conversation that has got 40 people, 40 participants? How are we extending it to other people that are not part of this engagement? So how do we use social media so that it works in our favor? And I think we have about 12 minutes left. I had encouraged people from the participants, if anybody has got a question, please indicate by raising your hand if you would like to ask a question. Is there anyone who wants to engage? I can see there's Wusi Matsiko. Wusi, would you have something to add to this conversation that we're having?
I'd just like to thank the Excellencies for their contribution, and thank you, Madam Moderator, actually Honorable Moderator, for taking the time to answer questions and to give us your insight on what's going on in the continent and how people, the youth in the diaspora, can be engaged as well as on the continent, bridging the gap. We can't afford to operate in silos. It's time for us to rise together right now, especially if you've been observing over the past years, especially COVID has also been a silver lining for Africa. It has brought awareness to what's happening on the continent, that we have so much talent. We have the youngest population in the world at the moment as well. And to imagine just last year, before the end of the year, we had already had about 300 companies make over $4 billion. Acquired for $4 billion, or, and also, also this year alone, companies have also, we're not yet mid-year, but a lot of companies have been raising capital. So I want to correct myself. Companies raised up to $4 billion by the end of the year last year. And as a result of this tells you that the time for Africa is now, but we have to collaborate. We cannot afford to operate in silos. At the same time, we have so many resources in front of us, but at the same time, we have to be cognizant of the fact that on the continent, there's not as much access as we have in the diaspora. So it's a call for us in the diaspora to come together with the people on the continent for us to go to the next level so that we cannot be left behind. As one of the Excellencies said, the interesting thing right now with Africa is that while the world, technology is an innovation for the world, Africa, it's the beginning. So there's a lot of potential for us. We've not even tapped the surface. And not only that, if you're aware, many of I'm talking about also Afro-diaspora in this case, the Caribbean, our descendants in the West as well. We have more similarities than differences. And we have to look into that and see how we can participate and get our Afro descendants involved and know that, Africa is ready for everyone to take advantage of the opportunities and expand even into the West. That's my only take.
Wusi, thank you so much for that rich contribution. I can't believe that you were going to leave this conversation without saying anything if we didn't put you on the spotlight. So thank you very much.
Thank you
that
so
session.
much.
You spoke about opportunities, you spoke about access, you spoke about how much we have in common that we actually have as differences. So thank you for that rich contribution to our discussion. I also noted that on the call we've got Mike Panashe, who's also one of the youths of the continent. Mike Panashe, would you like to just give us in 2 minutes or less your take on the discussion that we have had? We have had from His Excellency Ndikumana, we've had from Ibrahim, who's from the Sierra Leone Embassy, we've had from Busi. Do you have just a contribution to say as a young person who is on the continent?
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Cynthia, for this opportunity. It's a very interesting dialogue to help us as young people in the conversation that regards us as to where we're going. It's very important for us as we are the people that shapes the future. So I am listening to the conversation, and I'm glad that there are dialogues that are happening, because first we started dialogues, and after dialogues that comes action. I do not really have much to say.
Mike, thank you very much. I will not discount from what you said, and this is just to reiterate on the essence of why we're gathered here. It is to discuss and hear what Ambassador Ndikumana has to say, and hear what Ibrahim has to say, and hear what Busi has to say, so that together we can come up with a sound plan or an output for engagement between the Africans and the African diaspora. So thank you very much for reiterating the importance of dialogue and engaging as different key stakeholders. Thank you so much for that contribution. Perhaps if we go back to our speakers, and this question will be directed to you, Ibrahim. One of the issues that we have seen rising on the continent, especially because of unemployment rates, is the issue of entrepreneurship. And Her Excellency Ambassador Suka Mafudze touched on entrepreneurship in a presentation. In your own experience, Ibrahim, how can young people get access to investors and resources in order for them to ensure that their entrepreneurship initiatives are supported in terms of financially, material, or even the know-how, the skills to be able to operate? I think you are muted, Ibrahim. Please unmute your microphone and speak to us.
Hello? Are you getting me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. What I was saying is talking about entrepreneurship and what we can do for Africa and the youth in terms of development. I think we have to consider a lot of different things. Firstly, we have already, spoken about this. I think one or two of the other speakers mentioned access. But access here is not only access to technology, but we are also looking at access to the major resources, which is finance, because we cannot talk about entrepreneurship or business without talking about money. And we know for our youth in Africa, I think they're considered as the poorest, maybe because they don't have the necessary education, they do not have the necessary exposure, and of course, they do not have the necessary finances to even start a business. But having said that, a lot of our people, particularly the youth in most of our, countries, in the rural areas as well as in the urban areas, they have started in very little ways, small businesses that all they need is just a little impetus to take them to the next level. How are we going to do that? I don't know. Maybe this is one of the questions for the AU to see how we can craft programs that would censor directly at those issues, addressing the issues of finance, the issue of access. Maybe then we can start talking about the issue of technology in advancing their business type of model, whatever way it is. You know, if we cannot talk about financing or making finance available to our youth to develop businesses, I mean, whether we bring some connection with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, it will always be them being at the back foot. Those who have the resources will always dictate the way the business go, and they will make the profit and then transfer the profit back to the diaspora. What we want is for homegrown. In my country, we call it now local content. We try to ensure that whatever investment or whatever business our youth or our people are involved in, most of those resources or the profit would stay in the country. It is only through that we can generate our own local resources to promote entrepreneurship. For me, that is key. Another thing we can look at in this discussion is, again, how can we, position women? We know in most of our African countries, the women are the breadwinners and they are the ones that really run the show. Yes, the men do give the support, but when it comes to the crunch, it's the women who suffer the brunt of whatever it is. So in talking about bringing the youth into business or into entrepreneurship, we should not forget about how we can position women in that same kind of situation so that they too would benefit and increase, the resource base of Africa. I think if we can concentrate maybe in the AU or other regional bodies, ways that we can craft programs and projects that would not only provide the usual handouts to Africa, but empower our people, particularly the youth who are our future, but who are presently on the back foot. We have to find ways to bring them in the limelight and make them what they should be so that the future would look brighter than what we are seeing today.
Well, Ibrahim, thank you very, very much for your contribution. And perhaps I'll put the ambassador here on the spot, but we're very fortunate to be having this dialogue, and the African Union representative to the US is amongst us. So Ambassador Mafudze, I think this is a conversation you'll be able to take back to the Commission and say, during this dialogue that we're having to celebrate Black History Month, there's the issue of funding and capacitating young people that really came about to ensure that they're not on the back foot, but they are key drivers of change on the continent. So perhaps this is one of the takeaways from us. We are up to the 40 minutes that were initially allocated for this conversation, but I will give Ambassador Ndikumana, because I can note from your body language that you still have one more contribution to make. So in about 2 minutes or so, could you please give us the closing remarks and your closing thoughts on this conversation that we have just had?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm glad to hear that, how fruitful it is to be together and speak one voice, how we can really contribute with in engaging our youth in the development to our beautiful continent. So I want just to mention that something what diaspora needs to have as together mind, to set up mind, is to look what is happening actually. So in Africa, everyone converge his interests in Africa from all the world, USA, EU, China, and so on, Russia, and so on. So I think it's something to show really how diaspora can get that conscience of what is going on and really try to be part of it. Because when they are there, so we will negotiate. But they leave you here, they go there to negotiate of your wealth and so on. So I think it's a really like a click to show you what is happening. It's just like to wake up, to wake up in seeing that. So I wanted to say a few things just about entrepreneurship. My colleague Ibrahim said very well, to create access in finance. When we say business entrepreneurship, of course, is a financial first. You can have a good idea, but if you are not financed, you can't go away. So, and we need, I think, to think in a continent, and I think AU can help to create a kind of programs in education. When you follow your faculty, for example, if I don't know law, and when you're done, or to put one program of entrepreneurship, in order that everyone get a bachelor in every domain, can have even that notion to create his own business. That's one thing in education, to have that notions of doing something. Other side, to make policies which can facilitate in getting financial. That is a really political will, to create a bank for youth. I have an example in my country where they created really, they are encouraging investing in entrepreneurship programs, and at the end they were telling, hey, okay, we're gonna select projects, and they selected, but when they go in the bank, they figured out they can't get, because they don't have something to show as a guarantee. So, and the government take that responsibility to create a bank for youth with the low rate of interest, and government take as a warranty for that project, for that group of youth. And when we talk entrepreneurship, we have to learn to motivate our youth to work together, to collaborate in working together. Otherwise, if everyone wants to create and do his own business, so you can't go far even. So we need, as diaspora, as Africans, to learn to work together. When we want to entrepreneur, really something which can go beyond our generation, and so on. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for those final contributions. I noticed that Mike has got his hand up. Perhaps the Program Director, Eric, could you please allow us just 2 more minutes to hear Mike's contribution? Eric, do I have your permission to allow just one more person to speak before we close? Okay, I think you can give it a go as they respond.
Thank you, Cynthia. I just want to add on this entrepreneurship program. I was thinking, this is my thinking, I think governments have to find a way to collaborate with private sectors in such a way that these programs can also accommodate different youth in different backgrounds. For example, speaking in the context of South African as a nation, it's important for the government to consider doing such programs with people like Mr. Tembekwayo, who are quite rich in the business industry. Speaking of the Zimbabwean context, government have to find a way to collaborate with people like Strive Masio. Speaking back about the South African context, we do have a lot of young people who are doing business. If you walk in the South African townships, there is a lot of businesses that are, taking all over. But the problem I see is this: these businesses are not regulated. So we'll find things like Somalians are selling expired stuff, but the point is these businesses are not, regulated. So in that way, it leaves loopholes. So it's important for us as young people to sit with the government and say, this is our offering. And one thing that I also encourage is excellence. We need to be competitive to a global level, not just within the African continent, to the global level. So excellence, and we need to also promote unity, because with unity and excellence, we can promote and produce the best product on the market, because we need to be able to compete at the global level. So I think it's very important to take that initiative to put ourselves out there as the young people and demand and also be able to show the results that we can actually produce. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mike, for that contribution. You touched on public-private partnerships, which is a different dialogue in its own that needs even another hour, and a regularization of the informal sector or the township economy, where we don't see as much policy making engaging on that. I think in closing, though, I would like to refer to Martin Luther King. It will be a disservice to have a Black History Month and not have one of these quotes. And he says, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So as a takeaway, we need to think of ourselves as a collective. What affects Africans on the continent will eventually affect us as a people, as African diaspora. So there is need for engagement, need for collaboration beyond the Black History Month. I also noted in some of the conversations, there are issues that are mentioned, issues of mentorship and financial contributions to promote entrepreneurship. So thank you for an engaging dialogue, and thank you for participating. I will hand over to the Director of Programs to introduce the next session that we have, which will be chaired by Stephen Selassie. So thank you again, everyone. Siyabonga from South Africa, Maita Basa, Rakoze Chani, Asante Sana.
Cynthia, thank you so much for joining us from South Africa. Thank you for your incredible work as the youth representative for the African Union. You did a great job moderating this panel, and love that you included Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as part of your closing comments. Actually, one of my favorite speeches from Dr. King is called "The Birth of a Nation," where he talks about going to Ghana, which was then the Gold Coast, and seeing Kwame Nkrumah.
Recording in progress.
And seeing how the nation got its independence, and being inspired by the methods that Kwame Nkrumah and others on the continent of Africa used to then come over and lead the civil rights movement here in the United States. So thank you so much for that. And of course, thank you to His Excellency for joining the conversation. We're going to move on to the next panel discussion, which will focus on Black history and cultural heritage, strengthening the ties between our brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa and those of us in the U.S. and of course the global diaspora more generally. As Cynthia mentioned, Mr. Stephen Selassie will be moderating this discussion. We will have again representatives from the Diplomatic Corps. We'll have Dr. Sheila Walker and of course Mr. Eric Shepard, who's president of Mupita LLC. Steve?
A very good morning to all our viewers across the world. Excuse me. It's my single honor to, first of all, say a very big thank you to Her Excellency, Madam Hilda Suka Mafuzi, for hosting this extraordinary African Union Youth Celebration of the Black History Month. The celebration of Black History Month was initiated by a very honorable personality who happens to be a descendant of African origin here in the United States, in the person of Carter G. or Godwin Woodson, some years ago. The United States of America, or the federal government, decided to institutionalize the celebration of Black History Month, and that has given us credence for this celebration. And we can't but once again say a very big thank you to the African Union mission here, to the United States, for putting together this extraordinary program. If you agree with me, I would love us all to join hands to give Her Excellency a rousing round of applause. I am honored to handle this section, which is a very important discussion. As you've known, the transatlantic trade has contributed single-handedly to the largest forced migration in human history, causing people of African origin to be migrated to different parts of the world, especially in the Americas and Europe. And today we will be discussing on the topic Black history and cultural heritage, strengthening the ties with the Africans in the diaspora. We all agree that Africans in the diaspora have contributed to the socio-economic development of many nations across the world, and the United States is no exception. Names can be mentioned from today till the end of this month, and we will not end acknowledging the greatness of people of Black origin and their contributions to various nations. Therefore, the African diaspora is very critical to the development of the continent if we are to grow, to become partners of the rest of the world, people who understand who they are and develop as a continent. To help me do this discussion, I have a number of distinguished personalities. I first of all love to use the opportunity to introduce this distinguished personality in the person of Mr. Eric Mubita Shepherd, who is with me on the panel and at the African Union representative mission to the United States here. Is glad to have you, sir. Mr. Eric shares one of the qualities I really admire about people and their work ethics. Mr. Eric Anthony Shepherd is the founder and president of Mubita LLC, a business tourism and international development firm located here in Virginia, USA. He was born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland, and he is a veteran of the U.S. Air Force and Air Force Reserves. Wow, I really admire servicemen. Thank you for your service. He has other portfolios, but he's also a self-published author, a family genealogy researcher. He is a visionary leader, and he has been doing a lot connecting the diaspora to the continent already. He has a lot of engagement between Virginia, North Carolina, and Gambia, the only country in Africa with B. The Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Zambia. He is one of our panelists. A round of applause for him again. We also have present online, joining us virtually, Sheila S. Walker. She is a cultural anthropologist and documentary filmmaker, and has worked in the field and lectured and participated in a lot of intellectual engagements that are connected to cultural events in Africa and in touch with the global diaspora. Her books are basically on African roots and American culture. And as a result of her books, it has brought her into contact with many engagements, conferences, seminars that are connected to strengthening the connection between the African continent and the diaspora. She is an Afro-South American, as she calls herself, who speaks on issues related to our diaspora and the various dialects like Spanish, Portuguese, and how it has had an effect on the people of Africa. She has a long resume, and I will not be able to finish enlisting them if we are to start this program. It is my pleasure to announce Madam Sheila S. Walker. She joins us virtually. Let's give her also a round of applause. I'm privileged to announce one of our speakers. As I wait patiently, I am not I'm not confirmed whether he's joined us yet, but I'll use the opportunity to announce him, and if he's online, I'm very sure he will acknowledge that. So I'll love us continue the conversation. His Excellency Ahmed Boutaj, who is the Algerian ambassador to the United States, kindly confirm if you are with us by saying a hello when you get this notification from me to introduce you officially, sir. In his absence, if there is any representative from the Embassy of Algeria to the United States, we will be glad to acknowledge your presence as well. In the absence of that, whilst we wait for a representative, once again, my name is Stephen Selassie Sio. I am the General Manager of Yali TV, and I'm pleased to handle this section. Once again, the discussion borders on a very interesting topic, the Black history and cultural heritage, strengthening the ties with Africans in the diaspora. I will go from he that is present here, and we'll continue with those who are online. I'd like to find out from you, Mr. Shepherd, what will be that defining factor for you when it comes to Black history and the cultural heritage of people of African descent and Africans in general?
Well, I think most importantly, and thank you very much, Mr. Selassie, for the question. But I think most importantly that as we evolve from our history here and our sojourn in America, that we are part of the African family. And I hope that we evolve and make a significant step in saying that we are African globally. We are recognized around the world just by looking at us as African. But I think a significant event and moment in time is when we in the African diaspora and on the continent welcome us and receive us as Africans. And that does not diminish Black History Month. What I'm saying is it's time to evolve into the next era of development, of relationships, and also spiritual healing that needs to take place. And so part of what we need to do, in my opinion, is to acknowledge our history, but embrace our future. There are opportunities amongst us that are extraordinary. As we visit the African continent, go back and forth on the African continent, that most of our, I'll say approximately 60 million African Americans here have not experienced or not even knowledgeable about their identity from our history here in America. So I think that the next step is that we start to come together and consider ourselves sons and daughters of Africa, because emotionally, spiritually, and economically, it makes good sense. And if I could please just to give you a little moment of my opening statement, just so people understand the significance that I see in this particular event, I want to share with you, and I extend greetings and blessings to our family and friends of the African diaspora in the United States of America and throughout the world. My name is Eric Mubita Shepherd. My birth name, Eric Anthony Shepherd, was given to me by my biological parents, Joseph and Dorothy Shepherd. My Lozi name of Mubita was bestowed upon me in 2019 by the Latunga King of the historic Barotseland Kingdom in Western Province, Zambia. His Majesty Lubosi Mwiko II. I am honored to be part of the 2022 Black History Month celebration hosted by the African Union Mission to the United States of America in Washington, D.C. I am grateful for this opportunity to participate in such an important event as engaging our youth and activating our respective communities to foster economic and cultural relationships between us and anticipated healing and restoration to our people. My sincere appreciation and thanks go to Her Excellency Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafudzi, permanent representative of the African Union to the United States of America. Also, Ms. Josepha Mensah-Ben-Meria Nelson, coordinator of the African Union Black History Month program at the African Union Mission, and the entire staff and supporters of the program. In addition, I'm also thankful for the guidance and support of the AU Chairperson's Initiative in Africa's Youth Development 1 Million Youth Concept. The 1 Million Youth Initiative concept connects with me personally, as I was one of 3 men that met in Baltimore, Maryland in April of 1995 to gather men in the state of Maryland to support the Me and Man March event in Washington, D.C. in October 1995. I was new to that kind of activism and not very knowledgeable about African or African American history at the time. Most disturbing was that I lacked the knowledge of my own identity and history beyond my immediate family and close relatives. Meeting distant relatives for the first time was exciting, but discovering my ancestor, Moses Grandy, had a slave narrative published about his life in 1843, is a life-changing inspiration for me and a legacy treasure for the African diaspora. He was born an enslaved person in 1786 and purchased his freedom 3 times before freeing his wife and a few other relatives that were enslaved in North Carolina and Virginia. His legacy gave me a new mission in life to reconnect our families and communities separated by the institutions of slavery for mutually beneficial social and economic opportunities. The legacy of Moses Grandy gives me confidence and courage that allowed me to visit Africa for the first time in 2006. That first time to the Gambia awakened me to a new sense of belonging. For the first time at 50 years old, who I am and what I look like actually worked for me. Every person should experience that satisfaction in life, and especially the African diaspora, with a special emphasis on our youth. Visiting the Gambia, Ghana, and Zambia gave me insight on how we can meet each other in the process of reconnecting the African diaspora to the land and people of our ancestors. We can heal from our disconnected history and restore Africa while inspiring the hopes and dreams of the sons and daughters of Africa globally. I am eternally grateful to His Majesty the Lutunga, the Barotse Royal Establishment, and the Republic of Zambia for welcoming our USA homecoming delegation to the historic Barotseland Kingdom in 2019. All stakeholders worked together and gave us an experience of coming home that was spiritually uplifting and emotionally satisfying. I was granted 150 hectares or 300 acres of land to build a state-of-the-art tourism and trade facility called the Wall of Return and Restoration Center Project. The Wall of Return will list the names of our enslaved ancestors and provide them a symbolic homecoming. We will not forget them in our journey back home. What a blessing for the African diaspora and to our Homecoming Network members to be embraced in bringing our talents and skills to the homeland. This provides options and opportunities for us to share in the growth of Africa together. I am also grateful to our national homecoming coordinators in the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, and Zambia for helping us to reconnect back home in a positive way. This allows us to develop long-term relationships and support economic opportunities. We are currently organizing an economic unity force database by industry sectors for combining skill sets and resources as an approach to complementing each other versus competing against each other. We are also in the planning stages of organizing charter flights to our Africa homecoming countries to experience heritage tourism and business opportunities on the continent. On behalf of Mubita LLC and our homecoming network, I am thankful and applaud the efforts of Her Excellency Suka Mafuzi and the African Union staff in hosting this very important Black History Month event. Thank you.
That was an amazing statement, and we are very grateful for you giving credence to the identity of Africans in the diaspora and also looking at economics development as a bedrock, not forgetting tourism, as you mentioned, as a key role of strengthening ties between the diaspora and the continent. Thank you very much for the statement.
Thank you.
We also have joining us to make very important statements regarding our topic today. Madam Sheila S. Walker joins us virtually. And as I introduced her earlier, she's a filmmaker, and so we are privileged to have one of her films that we would love to show to the audience and to those watching us. I also want to inform you that this program is being streamed live on Yali TV, on YouTube, and on Facebook, as well as on www.blackhistoryfestivals.com for all our viewers across the world who want to join this historic celebration of African youth commemoration of the Black History Month here at the U.S. Representative Office of the African Union. If the engineer is ready, we'll show the video. If not, we'll have Madam Sheila make some initial statements before we go into the video. I think we are ready. So join us as we watch this short film.
Most of the people who laid the foundations of the modern Americas were of African origin. Of the 6.5 million people who crossed the Atlantic during the first 300 of the 500-year history of the modern Americas, only 1 million came from Europe. 5.5 million people were brought from Africa during the inhuman commerce in human lives known as the transatlantic slave trade. Africans enslaved in the Americas were forced to do the work of building the European colonies that became the American republics. Some Africans were selected specifically for their technological expertise. Africans had been working with iron for thousands of years, and their descendants continue to make both useful objects and beautiful works of art.
you look around the wall here, this is some of my work, and that's 72 years. I went to the blacksmith shop to shoe off. I didn't dream I would be making gates.
African knowledge helped feed the Americas with rice domesticated more than 3,000 years ago in West Africa. U.S. plantation owners asked slave ship captains to bring them skilled rice Negroes. The Portuguese enslaved Africans from what was called the Gold Coast to mine gold in Brazil. They said these Africans, whom they called mining Negroes, had an almost magical luck in finding gold. Luck or expertise?
Toda a tecnologia empregada aqui na extração do ouro, ela é devido a esse conhecimento africano. Eles precisaram dessa mão de obra especializada. Então eles vão numa região específica da África, que é a região que a gente chama de Costa da Mina, né? E já tinha grandes reinos no passado que faziam uso desse ouro, né? E a gente fala do reino Achante, né? Do grande reino do Mali também.
Não fosse a presença africana, não fosse o saber e o conhecimento trazido pelos africanos, que embora não tenha chegado aqui como mão de obra escravizada, Portugal jamais teria conseguido tirar daqui o volume de ouro que tirou.
In Ecuador, descendants of mining Negroes still pan gold and transform it into beautiful creations like those of their African ancestors. By the end of the 19th century, 12 to 15 million Africans had been scattered throughout the Americas. More than 200 million African descendants now live throughout the Americas, some in unexpected places.
Nosotros estamos visibilizándonos, ¿no? Porque obviamente habíamos vivido siempre desde cuando la colonia, pero estábamos como ocultos, ¿no? No estábamos mostrando nuestra identidad, pero ahora estamos muy visibilizados ya, en cambio estamos reconocidos por la nueva Constitución Política del Estado, entonces estamos incluidos en lo que es Bolivia.
Across Africa, people play the game of sophisticated mathematical strategy that in some places is called Wari. The game is one of the many elements of their cultures that Africans brought with them to the Americas. Wari is still played in the Caribbean, most prominently on the island of Antigua.
I asked the Prime Minister to tell me one thing, that Africans in Antigua have something tangible that they have now that they brought from Africa. And a woman shouted out in the crowd, "Wari!"
Jawara, who was a math teacher in Antigua, brought his knowledge and skills to the United States. He makes Wari boards and plays and teaches the game on the street in Harlem.
Antiguans believe that Wari is their game. Some Antiguans believe that there's no other people on earth that plays Wari. So the object of the game is to capture 25 seeds on the opponent's side of the board. To make a play, you will take all the seeds up from any one of your houses. So make a choice, and you place one seed in the next and one.
Yes, I used to play when I was a child. Yes, absolutely. But it's all over when you go to Africa. everybody in the street play. It's very common.
Okay, now to play, you want to play?
You made it, yes, of course.
It's a counting game.
That's why everybody in Africa play this, because it's very smart.
Antigua is the only place where the players are buried with this board. When they died, they made sure that they took one of these warrior boys to heaven.
Almost half of the Africans who arrived in the Americas came from the Central African region of the Kingdom of Congo, and some African diaspora communities perpetuate Congo royal pageantry. For centuries, the Congo Kingdom was respected in the Atlantic world as an African Christian kingdom. Such esteem was reflected in European artists' portrayals of Congo diplomats. In spite of slavery, African descendants perpetuated memories of royal traditions from the Kingdom of Congo. This reenactment of a 19th century Congo ceremony begins with a contra dance from European royal courts. And quickly segues into much more African rhythms and movements. Brazilians in the state of Minas Gerais portray the pageantry of the royal courts of the kings and queens of Congo. Delegations come from afar, seeking blessings from Afro-Brazilian Congo kings and queens. In Panama, Congo ceremonies are less formal and more playful, with Congo royals dancing exuberantly to drumming of African origin. Some people characterize Panama's Congo celebrations as a parody of the Spanish monarchy. A more plausible interpretation is that, as elsewhere in the Americas, they represent a continuity of the Congo monarchy. But the African diaspora does not just exist in the Atlantic world of the Americas. It is global. On South Pacific islands that Europeans called Melanesia for the melanin-rich skin of their inhabitants, people whose ancestors settled there thousands of years ago identified with global African diasporan culture. Africans were enslaved on Indian Ocean islands to work on plantations, as in the Americas.
Nous, créoles désormais esclaves dans Maurice, nous basissent ici, mais nous ailleurs partout dans le monde. Comme vous le savez, l'esclavage, avec l'esclavage, nous avons, le peuple noir a été éparpillé à travers le monde, que ce soit aux Caraïbes, en Amérique ou ailleurs, en Maurice, dans les îles de l'océan Indien.
also enslaved across the Mediterranean Sea to Turkey during the Ottoman Empire.
Bu insanları bir araya toplamanın, bu insanlarla bir arada konuşmanın, bu insanlarla birçok sorunu paylaşmanın yolunun dernek olduğunu bildiğim için dernek girişimi olarak yola çıktım ve 2006 sonlarında Afrikalılar Kültür Dayanışma ve Yardımlaşma adı altında Arkadaşlar 7. Dana Bayramı başlamıştır. Tüm halkımıza Dana Bayramı bir yıl boyunca sağlık, mutluluk ve bol verim vermesini dilerim. Herkesin Dana Bayramı'nı kutlarım.
Renklerimiz bir ya. Renklerimiz bir. Onun sebepler. Kanımız kaynıyor.
Same color, our blood is like same. All the black people are celebrating, and she's saying to anyone, we are coming all together, we are seeing each other, talking and sharing something. So she's happy about that.
Her zaman.
India offers a variety of African diasporan experiences that contrast with and complement those of the Americas.
Some people are come from Sudan, some people are come from Ethiopia.
Africa, my father told me that they came from Sudan. Now my fathers, grandfathers, they're all from Africa. Now they live here we are becoming like Indians now.
So many species are in India.
We are African Indians.
Tens of thousands of Afro-Indians, known as Siddis, whose ancestors came from East Africa, form distinct communities in several states. Until India's independence, Siddis were palace guards for the Nizams, the rulers of the princely state of Hyderabad. In Ahmedabad, in Gujarat, the Siddhi Said Mosque, known for its lacy carved stone windows, bears the name of its 16th century creator, who came from Northeast Africa. On Maharashtra's Konkani coast, Siddhis were famous for centuries for controlling maritime traffic from their fort on Janjira Island, which is now a national landmark. In Karnataka, Siddhis whose ancestors came from Southeast Africa live in rural areas.
We Africans, they were brought here and they will stay. They just spread out in the forest.
माझे पर्सनल
ते काय झालं तर सोडी बांधता आले नाही होताना ते करे ओबामा सिलेक्ट होने के बाद
They celebrated the election of President Barack Obama, whom they consider one of their own people, proudly claiming him as an American Siddhi. Africans and their descendants resisted bondage. Centuries ago, some of them, referred to as Maroons, escaped to inaccessible places and created autonomous communities. Haiti's citadel is the world's greatest monument to the triumph of an enslaved population. Haitians defeated Napoleon's army, the most powerful army in Europe, to free themselves and create the world's first independent Black republic and the first government to outlaw slavery. On Mauritius and Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, people enslaved by the British and French escaped to remote highlands to form free communities in rugged environments.
Je pense que le vrai cirque de marronnage à la Réunion, c'est quand même le cirque de Bafat.
Aujourd'hui, nous dans le paysage culturel du monde, c'est qu'à l'époque, durant l'époque de l'esclavage, durant la période française et britannique, il y a à différents moments un groupe d'esclaves qui s'est sauvé depuis Côte de Belmet pour venir trouver refuge dans la montagne. Là. Et dans un document historique, avec une interview qui nous fait avec Benjamin, qui fait nous qui c'est ce qu'on appelle la République des Marrons, qui est installée dans la montagne. Là. Alors ça, tout ça est bien important parce que le combat des Marrons pour affirmer ce statut d'être libre et d'être humain, c'est un combat qui est le premier phénomène dans l'île Maurice. Nous considérons nos ancêtres marrons comme un précurseur, un pionnier dans la lutte pour la liberté.
People in Colombia's Palenque de San Basilio celebrate their Maroon heritage.
Líder fundador de los palenques, no solamente el palenque San Basilio, sino fue un hombre que junto a entre 36 y 27 hombres y mujeres que fueron desembarcados allí en la ciudad de Cartagena, huyeron hacia los montes y fundaron el palenque San Basilio.
La mujer palenquera se caracteriza por ser trabajadora, con su palangana a salir para Cartagena o otras ciudades de Colombia o otro país como Venezuela, Ecuador.
Soy un hombre de virtud, lo que Dios me dio. Hay hombre mejor que yo, y hay mujer mejor que tú.
The marimbula is a version of the Central African instrument called mbira, sanza, and other names. Jamaica honors its freedom-seeking heritage by featuring its national heroine, Maroon leader Queen Nanny, on the bill that people call a nanny. And in the United States, Harriet Tubman led hundreds of people from slavery to freedom along secret paths of the Underground Railroad. Now she has public highways in her name. Spirituality is the realm in which African diasporan communities have best maintained ancestral worldviews and behaviors. In Salvador, capital of Brazil's state of Bahia, African divinities, the Orishas of the Yoruba people of Nigeria and Benin in West Africa, characterize the city's cultural and spiritual life. In spiritual ceremonies and secular performances such as this one, the Orishas dance cosmic choreographies, portraying their roles in nature and human life. Across the Indian Ocean, Afro-descendant communities also venerate spiritual beings of African origin. Baba Gore the African saint of the Siddhis from Gujarat, comes from Abyssinia or Ethiopia in northeast Africa. Baba Gor arrived in the village of Ratampur as an agate merchant 800 years ago. Baba Gor also had great spiritual powers, and Siddhis built a shrine in his honor. As guardians of the shrine, they share Baba Gor's blessings with fellow Siddhis and with other Indians. Baba Gor is now worshipped not only by Siddhis, but also by other Indians of various faiths. Because Iberian Catholics dominated the enslaving of Africans in the Americas, several Afro-descendant communities worship Black Catholic saints. Patron saint of Palermo in Sicily, Saint Benedict's parents, enslaved in Italy, were from Ethiopia.
Como somos de la diáspora africana, entonces queremos conocer también las festividades que cada pueblo o región o territorio de esta Suramérica festejan a sus santos negros.
In adopting these saints, Africans and their descendants also adapted them to an African understanding of how to celebrate them joyously. Balthazar, also from Northeast Africa, was the African of the three kings who the Bible said took gifts for the birth of Jesus.
Es un santo negro, como dice ella, como nosotros, que nos identifica en realidad porque es un santo que nosotros consideramos que es un santo de los afrodescendientes. No puede ser de otro color, sino como nosotros.
In the community chapel, Balthazar carries an incense burner representing his gift of precious incense. Another segment of the Afro-Paraguayan community called Kambakwa, their name coming from the Bakamba people of the Republic of Congo, celebrates a different version of the saint.
El santo negro, como ella decía, que es San Baltasar, uno de los 3 reyes magos. Hace milagros. Hay gente que si ya le pidieran y le cumplieran milagros, por ejemplo, si alguien está enfermo, le pide un milagro y le cumple una promesa que se recupere esa persona.
This Balthazar carries not an incense burner, but a drum, called by the Central African Bantu term candombe, that also designates the community's music and dance.
Le gusta todo lo que es el tambor, el baile, todo eso le gusta.
At midnight before Three Kings Day, January 6th, the Kambakwa begin to celebrate their African saint.
El santo candombero, que siempre es la fiesta de los negros. El santo de los negros es candombe.
The Kambakwa also organize an annual festival, attended by thousands of people, at which they honor their African saint.
Bueno, San Martín con el poder de Dios, el Señor le ha dado el poder y él hace muchos milagros a nuestra raza. Porque hay muchas personas que sí de verdad les ha hecho milagros y la gente por eso cree mucho en él. Vamos a Canchimalero, vamos a Canchimalero a buscar a San Martín para celebrar el cumpleaños de...
St. Martin de Porres, the only black saint born in the Americas, is famous in his native Peru for his miraculous healing. In river communities in Esmeraldas province and Peru's neighboring Ecuador, St. Martin also saves people from drowning. The communities organize a river procession to Canchimalero, partying their way to St. Martin's party.
Como las balsas hacen como forma de concurso, cuál es la mejor balsa o cuál es lo que mejor tiene mejor presentación. Entonces, por decir, cada parroquia se encarga de que su balsa sea bonita para que tenga buen éxito.
The usual quiet village of Canchimalero explodes when thousands of people converge to celebrate their saint.
Las personas se comprometen, ¿no? Por algo bueno que les haya hecho, por un milagro.
Yo había viajado en muchos países en África, bastante. Pero la vida, celebrar con alegría, eso es típicamente africano. Esta manera de vivir con la fiesta, con la alegría, eso es puramente africano, la danza.
I'm Sheila Walker, and I'm a cultural anthropologist. My field research with communities of African origin around the world reveals ways in which people, knowledge, and skills from Africa became foundations of new societies. It highlights how African diasporan communities transformed memories of life in Africa to create dynamic cultural forms that continue to enrich global civilization.
Wow. What an amazing piece by Dr. Sheila Walker. Let's give her another round of applause. We know you have a more elaborate section in the next coming minutes, but in a minute or two, how does connecting or recognizing the identity of people of African origin strengthen our relationship with the African continent?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, please. Just for you to cap the beautiful piece we just watched. Recognizing or discovering the identity of people of African descent across the world. How does this identity strengthen or further strengthen our relationship with the continent?
Well, let me say that I began to go to Africa when I was 19. I was the colored girl in my class at an elite white school, so I needed balance. I went to Cameroon. I lived with the Njoya family in the Bamoun Kingdom. And contrary to everything I was learning in the United States about how we had nothing to do with Africa, we had no heritage, I found that I recognized a lot of what I experienced there. And this was when Africa was portrayed as primitive, as Tarzan. Well, I didn't find Tarzan. What I found was a royal family with a palace that has been restored by UNESCO. I was welcomed home. I was welcomed to the source. And so I also thought I should wear my most Cameroonian garment, my most obviously Cameroonian garment, in respect for that first experience. I've only been to Africa maybe 100 times or so, only to East, West, Central, South. I'm missing about 15 countries. And in the Americas, I'm still missing 2. And in case you didn't notice, there is no country in the Americas that does not have an African population. I also want to say thank you to Carter G. Woodson, in addition to saying thank you to the ambassador and to Josepha, who I know did a lot of work to bring us all together now. But I want to say something about Carter G. Woodson. You said something about Carter G. Woodson. I want to add a little more. There's a statue of Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black History Month, at the corner of 9th and Rhode Island, Northwest. And in addition to being the father of Black history and the person at the origin of what is now African American History Month, or Black History Month, he also created the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, which is the oldest Black intellectual organization in the world. It's over 100 years old at this point. So what I learned living with this family in Cameroon was I learned about the global African diaspora there in Africa. They asked me, well, tell us about Martin Luther King. And I thought, what, you know about him? This is a small town in the interior of Cameroon. And they said, yeah, everybody knows about him. So what I found was these Africans were less ignorant of us than we were of them. They also asked me about Sparrow from Trinidad, about Pelé from Brazil, and I thought, wait, I'm from Jersey. What do they have to do with me? Well, what I learned from this family was that the African diaspora is global. It is our extended African family. I am a part of it. We have cultural links. We cannot understand ourselves if we do not understand each other. We in the Americas need to understand Africa, and Africa needs to understand the global African diaspora. I just finished a book with, finished updating a book with Afro-South Americans from all the countries. There's no country without an African descended population. And I learned so much about me from Jersey, learning about them, from Chile, from Bolivia. I mean, my favorite Bolivian, you saw him in the film, his name is Angola Maconde. Bolivia, I mean, is that obvious to anybody? Probably not, but it is true. So I think we need to understand our connections, because if we don't understand ourselves in the world. And you saw folks I suspect you didn't know existed, those Afro-Indians, those Afro-Turks, for example. Yet, they're there, you know, we're all around the world. And once we have that worldview and see the connections as opposed to the ways in which other people would seek to divide us, well, then we're a lot stronger. And we recognize what we've already given to the world and therefore what we merit from the world. If we look at the technology of the Americas, I mean, now we're talking about transfers of technology, right? The first transfer of technology was from Africa to the Americas. We need to know that. We need to know who built the Americas and who built what in the Americas, and that it's not just the Americas. So I have lots to say about the global African diaspora.
Amazing, amazing. A round of applause for Sheila. Amazing, amazing information you just made available to us, Dr. Walker, and we really appreciate that. I'm coming back into the studio. If you have a question or two, you could just raise your hands. And if you are online joining us on Zoom, you could also indicate for us to be aware whether you have a question for any of our panelists. And if you are watching us online on Facebook, on Twitter, or on YouTube, on Yali TV, you could also send in your questions and we will connect them to you. Coming back to you, Eric, we have looked at a number of key areas. We look at economics, trade, development, innovation, creativity of the African, both at home and in the diaspora. We've looked at even our games, how we have Owari in Ghana and I heard about Wari in South America. Very, 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 practically the same game with the same rules. Our tourism, our cultural heritage and history. Now, the youth of the continent and the youth in the diaspora have a key role to play. what will be your suggestion, or what will be your statement of empowerment to the young people, both on the continent and the diaspora, of the role they need to play in such a critical moment as this, a moment of renaissance, a moment of awareness of people of African origin globally?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's very important that the youth travel to Africa, get to know people professionally. Yes, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I think it's important that the people in the African diaspora get to know each other, that the youth here, along with others, because we have to make up for 400 years of no real connection here. So not only the youth, but our elders as well, travel to Africa, develop the relationships, get to know people on a personal basis, as well as exploring economic opportunities and options that we don't have here. And for me, the first step would be to start to heal. If you don't think there's any hurt over the last 400 years, then you're mistaken. I take people to Africa, delegations. And as Dr. Walker stated, our image of Africa, since I was a little child, has all been negative. Why would you want to go there? There's nothing there for you. It's backwards. You name it, they said it. And that's what we receive through our televisions and radio stations. But now, in this era, with the internet, technology, we're seeing a whole different side of Africa that really, how important it is for those of you who have been in America for any length of time and go to any large city in America, there are a whole lot of youth that are into illegal activities as a way to make a living and to provide for their family. They can use those same skill sets for legal opportunities for trade, import, export in Africa that they won't get the opportunity for here. But we have to go there. And why do I say that? One of the reasons is because it's easier to get there than sometimes coming to this country. And so we have to deal with the realities, the limited resources that we contemplate every day, just trying to make it. So the mysticism that every African American that goes to Africa must be wealthy is wrong. Or they have something. No, sometimes they sacrifice quite a bit to get to Africa. Our European Jewish counterparts have a program they call a birthright program. And in that birthright program, every graduating senior of high school gets a free 2-week trip to Israel to connect up and exchange and get to know each other. So our homecoming program here is taking leads from how they are doing it there and how we can implement that at a more available to the community basis here in America. We need to go home. And I have one just to tell you how important it is for us to heal and to connect. When people, some of these film companies come and do interviews that wind up on the Smithsonian Channel and Discovery Channel, and they interview me, and their film director, through COVID, he was in Canada, I was here in the United States in Virginia, and so everybody's working from home, and he had his children running around behind him because he couldn't go into the office. And he wanted me to express how my ancestor Moses Grandy felt when his children were sold away from Virginia and North Carolina down into New Orleans. How do you think Moses' granny felt? And I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing his children run around there because everybody's home. I said, how would you feel going to work to your film company, coming back and your children sold, and you never see them again? And you don't know what happened to them. That's the way humans would feel. Anybody. So it's been devastating what has happened to us. I'm the type of person, I don't get over it, and I don't disrespect my ancestors that survived this by virtue of the fact that we still here, that we don't acknowledge them and we don't give them a welcome homecoming to Africa for whatever country is open to doing that. President Barack Obama said in a speech a few years ago, in his speech he made a comment, we're the Joshua generation. He might have said that during a speech. I lived that. That's my mission, that's my goal. I resigned from my government job to do what I do. And it hit me hard economically. But that's nothing compared to what my ancestors dealt with. So when we start to embrace each other, like the Barotse kingdom embraced me, for all of us to experience that, we're on our way. We're looking back, but we're definitely moving forward. And if the Joshua generation can't implement with all the technology, all the resources, all the communication that can take place now that our ancestors didn't have, then shame on us. So who's stepping up on the African continent? We are trying to get home, and most of us don't have the resources. Sure, some of the entertainers, ball players, multi-millions of dollars are in our community. So why am I here with limited resources? But I don't care whatever God allows me to have to work with. That's what I'm working with. So I hope to work with all of you and bring that community together going forward.
Amazing. I wish this conversation could go on and on, but the film we watched was encapsulating of all our desires and all the information we needed to know. So, in the absence of His Excellency, Ambassador of Algeria, who couldn't join us, I'd love each of us, Dr. Walker and Mr. Eric, to give us 2 minutes of your closing remarks. So I'll start with Dr. Walker.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be there virtually, and I wonder how many other homes I'm in at the moment. I have to say, it's fundamental to me to indicate that as a result of my first and subsequent 100 or so trips to Africa and to the rest of the African diaspora, my sense of identity is that I'm a citizen of the global African diaspora with a U.S. passport as a result of the slave ship. And what is significant is having a sense of when I go to Chile, when I go to Bolivia, that's my family. When I go to India, when some of those folks you saw in India, when I was saying, oh, Afro-Indians, and they were looking at me and saying, she's one of our people. Wonder where she's from. So, we need to have that sense of collectivity, of continuity. You saw an instrument called the marimba in Ecuador. It's called the marimba in Colombia. It's called the marimba in Mexico. Well, that word comes from Angola. We need to know about our connections that are still going on. In Cameroon, the first time I ate fufu with a leaf sauce, I thought, oh, what is this? Well, then I thought, oh, I see, the fufu, that's kind of like grits. And this leaf sauce, that's kind of like the greens we eat. And so now I consider those things that I didn't like initially as part of my definition of soul food. And I love it all. Also, our sense of Africa is so limited. We need to know first that the first human beings evolved in Africa. All modern human beings come from Africa. Sometimes when I talk about the African diaspora, I ask, who is of African origin here? And there are always people who raise their hands to say yes. Some of them are white. And there are people who do not to say no, and some of them are black. And so for all those people who do not claim to be of African origin, I ask them, well, what planet are you from? Because obviously you're not from Earth, because what we know now is that all modern humans had their origins in Africa. Most of the human DNA on the planet is still in Africa. So if we don't understand Africa, then we have no idea about the world in general. We certainly don't know about the modern world, about the both physical and intellectual work that Africans did in the creation of the modern world. The economics of the Atlantic world is based on African, not just work, but knowledge. And so we need to rethink the commerce in African lives. I don't call it the slave trade. That sounds like trading baseball cards, as opposed to human beings as the most valuable commodity traded in the Atlantic world. Now, how inhuman can you get? Europeans built boats specifically designed to transport human beings as if they were just cargo. We need to rethink this whole situation with some data, not just ideology and mysticism and fantasies, right? There's a lot of data available. There's a database of the over 35,000 ships that brought Africans to the Americas. And when I say Americas, I mean from Buenos Aires to Boston. We need to understand this story. And we have access to the information. And we didn't before, like 20th century. Now we do. That database I'm talking about, it's online. You can go to the database. You can find out how many ships left from where, arrived in where in the Americas. You can also find out that on 10% of those ships bringing Africans involuntarily to the Americas, there were revolts. We're not told that. We're told, oh, Africans were passive. Wrong. That's absolutely wrong. And so we need to know about what Africans contributed to enriching the Americas, to building the Americas, to continuing to build the Americas, and then we will know who we are in the world. And that's really important. And we can know, and we also need to see who we are in the world as a basis of unity among ourselves. Thank you.
Amazing. Do we have a question? If we don't, I will go to Mr. Eric as he takes his closing remark.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody sincerely that organized this event for Black History Month, for all the support team, for the participants, for the diplomatic community, and I share your view of what Africa represents, not only to the world, but to the African diaspora. My observations over now, I'll say about since 2006, so about 15 years, 16 years, going back and forth and trying to organize and gather people here to go back and forth to Africa. We have a tremendous task ahead of us. I believe time is of the essence. There's no time to play. It said in the DOD, the Department of Defense community, you either have a lessons learned or a success story. But you gotta try something to know what you even have. And so the lessons learned is to look back at history and see what other community or what other people dealt with being enslaved for about 400 years. How they got into it and how they got out of it. You don't build a new technology bomber without looking at how aircraft started and get to where they want to go. So we must look at who else experienced 400 years of enslavement and oppression, and how did they get out of it? Did they stay there? Or did they go back to the land of their ancestors. We're at that moment now, 400 years here and counting. And now we need opportunity because some things are going to be taken away from you. It should be no surprise if you look back and see what the experience was for people in similar situations. I just ask that the African community on the continent understand what most people around the world understand. The African Americans are the most technologically savvy humans on the planet. They build countries. That's what we do. We built this one, and we can maybe share and partner with you to help build our homeland again. And that's why we're organizing under an economic unity force by industry sectors. We need to get home. People need to experience that. Last trip to Africa and Zambia, it was 10 of us mostly. As somebody said earlier, the women step up to the plate and they come, but there was a lady there, a friend of mine from many years ago in Baltimore. She was 78 at the time, on a walker. And her daughter accompanied her, and she was on a cane to get home. What's your excuse then? One gentleman, I was speaking in Richmond, Virginia one time. There was a young gentleman, he had to be no more than 23, 24 years old. And he said to me, Mr. Shepherd, would it be possible for me to be buried in Africa? And I'm saying he has his whole life ahead of him. But there's something in us that's been voided for 400 years that's rising to the surface again. Will we be received or will we be cast aside is the question for the African continent to make. The African Union has 6 regions, I believe. 5 on the continent, and the African diaspora is the 6th region. There's 60 million of us or so in America. I would venture to say you can't get 100,000 of us to know that there's even a region 6. Just being real. As the younger folks say, keep it at 100.
That's right.
We have work to do. Mubita LLC is ready to go to work on limited resources. We're not begging for it. We think there's divine order in what we do. And we're coming home not to hurt, but to help and to heal. Please join us, is my prayer. Thank you so much.
Well, this discussion of Black history, cultural heritage, strengthening the ties between Africans in the diaspora and on the continent will have to continue. And our efforts must also continue. I'll pick words from Damian Marley, the son of the legendary reggae musician Bob Marley, in his song with Nas, just a segment of it, and he says, "Now can we all pray, each in his own way, teaching and learning, we can work it out." He says, "We will have a warm bed and we will have some warm bread, shelter from the storm dread, we all have to work it out." Then he says, "Tell the selfish ones not to share us out. What is a tree without roots? A lion without tooth? A lie without truth? Africans must wake up, the sleeping sons of Jacob, for tomorrow may bring a better day to come. Yesterday we were kings. Can we tell the young ones who we are today? Africa must unite, sleeping sons of Jacob,
yes.
What tomorrow may bring May some more love come. Yesterday we were kings. Tell the young ones, the world is yours today. I end once again by saying thank you very much for joining us, and this is the African Union celebration of the Black History Festival, pardon me, the Black History Month. And we are continuing the discussions, and the next panelist will join me, and I want to inform you that share the link. We are live on Facebook, on Yali TV, we are on YouTube as well. We are also on Zoom. If you have RSVP'd earlier, you have that link. Don't worry about the time zone. The information here is critical. Thank you very much, and we will move to the next segment. Brandon?
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation.
For that excellent moderation of that discussion, and thanks again to Mr. Shepard and again to Dr. Sheila Walker for your incredible work. Been hearing a lot about the content that you put together about the documentary, but seeing it firsthand, it really had a significant impact on me. And it's one thing to say that we are a global diaspora, and it's something I think very different to hear the Afro-Turks and the Afro-Indians and others say that I am Black and that I am part of the diaspora and I am part of this global community. Hearing it directly from them certainly had a great impact on me. Thank you again for all who have joined us, both virtually, and I know we've had a few other folks join us here at the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. So thank you all for joining us as we move into our afternoon program. We are going to now dive into a topic that has been mentioned throughout our morning, and that topic is economic development, doing business, and entrepreneurship. Just about every discussion that we've had this morning, one of the panelists has mentioned entrepreneurship. One of the panelists has mentioned the desire for our global diaspora to connect and work together to do business and to make positive economic impact. And joining us, we'll have representatives from Afropolitan Cities, the Yali TV Group, Awakening Hub, and the organization I represent, MyPad. We'll have Camille. If our panelists are here, we can begin that discussion. Thank you for joining us today. Okay. So let's begin with a quick introduction from our panelists. We'll start with the representative from Afropolitan Cities Marketplace. I would love for you to quickly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the organization.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kweku Amwako. I am founder and CEO of Afropolitan Cities. First, let me say I'm glad to be here. Thank you to the African Union for putting this event together. And I must say I'm really learning a lot from this discussion. So Afropolitan Cities is a premier African event production brand. We've been organizing and producing cultural experiences in the diaspora for about 9 years. And what we have learned is that, the culture is a really powerful tool for bringing the African diaspora together, and also, bringing the community together and also driving businesses and entrepreneurship. So we are currently evolving to become a marketplace that brings together, businesses, talent, corporate brands, and other entities on one platform. And I will be happy to share more about this as the conversation progresses. I also have some slides if I have the ability to share my screen later on. I can present I can present what I have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Kweku, and congrats on what you've built, and certainly looking forward to hearing more about your work and your organization. Next we'll have our brother here from Yali TV. We all, of course, are taking part in the incredible work that you and your organization do, but for those who may not be familiar with Yali TV, please share a little bit about the work that the organization does and why you think connecting the global diaspora to do business together is so important.
Thank you very much, Brandon. I would like to first of all say a very big thank you to Her Excellency Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafuzi for giving us a platform to connect. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to represent Africa when it comes to discussions and on how we can connect and strengthen ties between ourselves and the diaspora. And I'm critically excited about that. Also, I want to acknowledge the presence of the Senior Presidential Advisor of the Republic of Ghana, which is the gateway of Africa and the trade capital of Africa, in the person of Honorable Yao Osafo Banfo, present here in the audience. Thank you very much, sir. He was with us over the past days in the Black History Festival programs that happened here, and we are very happy to have you. Thank you so much for your support. So Yali TV was formed on the backdrop of recognizing the fact that a number of young Africans who make impact across the continent and in the diaspora now have had a deficiency of telling their stories, the impacts they make in their communities, the efforts that they try to put together to impact their communities, as well as their yearning desire to connect to government agencies, to organizations, both home and abroad, has been very difficult. You are very much aware of the potency of media and how it connects to promote, to tell the stories of people, to promote brands and services, as well as highlight the stories of impact. In the absence of that, young people have relied on the use of platforms like CNN, BBC, DW, TV, Al Jazeera, and other media platforms which are not home-based. And in waiting in a queue to be recognized for their stories to be told, a lot of these stories of impact have been hidden. And so, being a fellow of the Young African Leaders Initiative, an initiative that was inaugurated by the former president of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama, myself and some of my colleagues present here who have been with us in the past few days, I have some of them here, Kumsin, Nana Kwesi Kumsin, Josephine Ofer, who are here with us in the audience, and Eric, who is busy, came together to design this online platform. Initially, we wanted to be a mobile app that will give us opportunity to share our stories, but instead of waiting to gather resources that will take time, we decided to utilize what we had, and we used platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram to begin to do productions of stories of young people who are making impact on the continent. As a result of that, we established in 2019 in Accra, Ghana, with the support of the US Embassy and the USAID, to be that platform that shares our story. Aspiration 5 of Agenda 2063 states that the Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, ethics, with the goal of attaining African cultural renaissance is preeminent, and therefore media is one of those strategies. So we initiated this platform to be that tool to help in ensuring that our identity is achieved, we promote our economical activities and the impact we make as young people. One of the prominent, some of the prominent activities we've engaged in the past 3 years have been one day media capacity building initiative for reporting on disability that help people with disability stories to be told. And we started in Ghana in collaboration with the US Embassy. We are hoping to expand it across the continent. Also, we initiated the Young Africa Media Fellowship, which is a fellowship to help raise journalists below the age of 35 across the continent, and hopefully we're going to be looking to the diaspora to build their media capabilities, to understand the essence of our heritage, our culture, arts, and the relevance to our economical development. So these journalists will be groomed. Actually, we are going to have one of the sections in between May 20th to May 26th in Ghana, where we'll be grooming these media practitioners to understand the urgency of the current state of Africa and its diaspora. We also have, which is ongoing, which ended some few hours ago, which is the Black History Festival, which is our latest initiative, which seeks to connect the diaspora to the continent of Africa for obvious reasons, for historical purposes, for economic purposes, for trade, for arts, and then for noticing what we have in common. There are other activities we do. We do productions that tell the stories of young Africans. We also do productions that highlight what we want to know from experts in the field of industries on the continent. And we are that platform that also helps to air some of the critical events that border on Africa, like we are airing today this historic program from the African Union Mission here. These are some of the activities that have highlighted our journey over the past 3 years. We are looking forward to connect to partners, especially in the diaspora, who are in the area of media, who are in the area of technology, to see how best we could devise strategies that will tell our story better. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. So next we'll have our representative from Awakening Hub. Is our representative from Awakening Hub on the Zoom with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Great.
Okay, let me try to move to the front.
Okay.
That would be much better. Okay.
Thank you for joining us on the stage, brother. Yeah, just hit the button so it turns red. Yeah, there you go. There we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel Kalumbata and I'm the founder of Awakening Africa Hub. So basically, Awakening Africa Hub is a one-stop solution for all African Americans living in the US. We've managed to build a very beautiful platform. You can download our app. It's Awakening Africa Hub, where you're going to see everything that we're doing. So basically, we have a magazine where we write only about Black people, African Americans. Everything that they're doing, because what we've noticed, because I'm in the media industry, I have a media background, so we've noticed all those big magazines, sometimes they don't really pay attention to our people, and especially people of African descent. So that's why when I moved to the US, I was like, we need to do something to put our people in the spotlight. They're doing beautiful stuff and they're not recognized. And we started the magazines, and we started also an event where we put together it's an annual event where the African Union is always involved. We put that big event in Dallas, the African Business Lounge, where we connect entrepreneurs with African leaders, with investors to help them scale their business and come up with new ideas and how to create also more business opportunity. And then number 3, we just opened our biggest hub in Dallas, Texas. It's a 3,500 square foot office where we have a co-working space, giving people of African descent a place and resources so they can build and grow their business. So that's Awakening Africa Hub, and I'm very happy to be with you guys here today to share the knowledge and to get more connections. And I would like also to thank Her Excellency Hilda, Ambassador Hilda, for putting together, and the whole African Union staff for putting together this meeting for us to come and meet and network. So that's what we do, and I'm happy to be with you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to go to back to our panelists in just a second, but my first question is actually to the audience, both the audience watching us virtually, whether it's via YouTube or Facebook or on our Zoom, and the audience here. How many entrepreneurs do we have in the audience here? Several. And I'm sure we have several entrepreneurs joining us virtually. If you are joining us virtually, you're an entrepreneur, just put "I'm an entrepreneur" in the chat as a way to be acknowledged there. What do you all think is the biggest impediment to being able to work across, whether it's transatlantic or country to country otherwise, with other entrepreneurs that are part of the global diaspora? Is there one thing that you've run up against that maybe prevents you from being able to make a relevant connection and then actually get a deal done? Anybody in the audience? Well, I'll let you think on it for a second and we'll come back to you while the audience is thinking, because I think it's really important to not only talk about the great capabilities that many of our companies and organizations have, but also to practically talk about what is the disconnect, if there is one. Is it simply just being able to meet more people? Is it financial, of course, which we've talked about? What is the disconnect, and is there something that we can do collectively as this group together, or something that perhaps the African Union or other organizations represented here can do to maybe get at whatever that problem may be? So think on that, audience members. If you're joining us virtually and you would like to respond to that question via the chat, please go ahead and do so, and we'll come back to that before we end the conversation today. I want to go back to you. Well, I'll go to Kweku first, actually. Kweku, I know you've been doing these trips for 9 years, you've said. How have entrepreneurs gotten connected to the trips that you do, and what kind of business is being done on some of these trips in addition to the cultural and entertainment pieces?
So we do mostly the events. I think we primarily do more events than we do trips. We're just about to launch our tourism component of the business, but so you asked. Let me ask the question you asked to the audience first, because that's kind of like our mission. Part of our mission is bridging the diaspora divide. Mm-hmm. And part of the reason there's a diaspora divide is because there's a cultural divide amongst key groups. I'll say the division lines are West African, East African, South African, Central Africa, North Africa, obviously the Caribbean, Latin Africa, African Americans. There's cultural divisions between these groups, and cultural division is one, but the other thing is that there's not enough opportunities for us to work together and really experience each other's cultures and sort of just be in each other's shoes. So very, very limited opportunities for us to engage in general. And then there's the cultural division. So it's like the motivation to sort of integrate and work together is really not there. There's nothing really incentivizing that. And so
let's pause right there for a second quickly, because I'd love to bring in our other panelists on that point. Do you two agree that the opportunities to actually connect with other members of the global diaspora, do you agree that that's limited, that those opportunities are limited, as Kweku said?
Well, if I have to respond to that question, basically we kind of limited and not at the center. Mm-hmm. I can say it's just about networking and about how you want to open up yourself to everyone. So I think I'm going to be very short on that. Like, I don't think it's a very huge problem, mm-hmm. but if we open up ourselves like mm-hmm. more to other people, I think it's easy for us to connect.
Yeah, that makes sense. Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, whilst I answer that question, there is someone I would also like to recognize. He's the president of the Global Africa Trade Advisory Chamber. He's here. I'm hoping to hear his answer to this question. But my answer basically is, I see it as an opportunity. Africa is averagely about 1.2 billion. The diaspora is over 200 million. That is a huge market to take advantage of, and I think that we need to look at some of the critical factors that make us to trade. One of them for me will be the customs. What I've realized is we have issues with customs. If I want to move a product from Ghana to maybe to Barbados or to the United States, there are trade protocols that have to be followed. How many of the businessmen and women know about this? We have standards. If you want to export a raw material to a certain country in large quantities for production purposes, what are the standards? Are we aware of it? Various countries, about 55 states of the African Union have different standards and protocols. Thank God for the AFCFTA. How well do we know about these protocols? So it's basically about knowledge, and also another critical issue for me would be payment. If I bring a product to an exhibition in America right now, I have thousands of people who want to buy. Now the cash system in America is going off. We are looking at the digital payment systems. How many Africans or how many people of African descent have their countries that use payment systems that are digital? So for me, these are some of the critical areas that we need to look at. I think there's a big opportunity out there. I don't see it as a problem. It's a big market. We need to now look at these critical factors, iron them out, make sure that there's a universal or mutual understanding between the trade partners, which is the diaspora and the continent. Thank God for the AU and the AFCFTA protocols. We can make it out. So I think that we just need to have an understanding and see how best we could connect the dots, educate ourselves, and we can plug into the huge market out there. Thank you.
Great, great. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The last speaker really broached the problem. The problem is opportunity, but knowledge about what the opportunities are. Every entrepreneur who is in business wants to make money. You can't go into business and lose. And therefore, all the cultural, all the beauty things we say, we are talking to the entrepreneur, as he mentioned, on this particular leg. Then we are talking about marketing a situation that convinces an entrepreneur that if I go to Nigeria to do ABC, I will make money. If I'm going to Nigeria or Ghana or Congo to lose money, what is the attraction? So we need really to market the system. We need to, and it's based on knowledge. People don't have enough knowledge about how to get things done in various countries, as you said. And that itself is a major bottleneck. So we need to create a platform that will share knowledge, that will make it easier for the entrepreneur to remove some of his fears, to make him know that, oh, with these things, I can make money. Then there's an attraction. So I think that it's very, very important to emphasize knowledge, knowledge sharing. Let us know what is happening and how things are done. We are using different currencies, linked to different major currencies, and there are people who don't deal in dollar in Africa, and they are not interested in the dollar. So if you are here and you think that you can only talk about the dollar, you've got to convince somebody elsewhere to think like you. So please, I think we need knowledge, sharing, to reduce the fears of entrepreneurs and convince them that when they get to Africa, they can make money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you. And then my brother in the back, in the gray, looked like you raised, no? Okay. Yeah, looks like you raised your hand. Well, I'll come to you in just a second. But want to do a quick recap with some of the, I think, important points from the conversation so far. To successfully generate business, to create an opportunity for businesses to connect. And one, we need those networking opportunities that you mentioned. We all have to be open to building these relationships. And then, Stephen, as you mentioned, there are some structural pieces that we have to understand to be able to, practically speaking, make a business transaction work. And as you so eloquently articulated, we have to make it attractive to actually do business with each other. Stephen, media and entertainment are so important, I think, for making opportunities attractive, for putting together marketing campaigns. I know that's at the center of what you do, so I'm going to come to you on that in a second. But first, we'll go to my brother in the back. Do you have a question or a comment?
So I think can you hear me? Okay, so I think for me there's a huge disconnect between both communities. I don't want to get into I think for me what I do, I'm an African founder. I'm currently actually in country fundraising, right? Now if there was a network on one side of, say, founders and opportunities in Africa, and a network of investors in the diaspora on the same platform. I'll give you an example. When Clubhouse first started, there was such an inflow of Africans on the platform, and there was a lot of talk about business. People set up different platforms talking about business, and they were able to exchange ideas and all of that. I feel like I'm sorry, the gentleman on the panel, I can't remember what he said. He actually does, but I feel like if we could build some sort of platform, number one, and actual annual sort of events where these people could actually collide and meet and talk and network. I feel like that would get deals done. The payments, yes, I see that as a problem. I do international business, but for me, I think the main thing is if there was a way we could say, let's work face to face jointly. For me, the best option would be, I don't know if it's going to be a tech platform or whatever, but some sort of, platform / annual event, which then brings both parties together where you can actually communicate face to face. Because I always say to people, when you're investing, yes, you're investing in a country, yes, you're investing in a business, but you're actually investing in an individual. Right? And when you get to meet that individual face to face, then, I know, for instance, in Silicon Valley, there's a group of, Black Americans, I don't know their names, I wouldn't mention the name, but, they invest in African, in businesses in Africa, or they're looking to invest in, businesses in Africa. So those kind of, family funds, I would call them, exist, and it's a case of how do we then bring them together, with credible entrepreneurs out of Africa.
Can I say something?
Yeah, thank you so much for that comment, and thank you for the work that you're doing building your company. And I have to say, I'm an entrepreneur as well, outside of my work with my dad in the international space, and certainly understand the need to connect with resources, and certainly having some kind of dedicated networking platform, whether it's an event or whether it's some kind of digital tool. I think that certainly makes a lot of sense. Have a couple of hands raised. I see your hand there. I will come to you in just a second, brother. And also, I know we have, is that Busi that is online on our virtual platform that has her hand raised. So we will have to close this conversation in just a few minutes so we can try to stay on schedule here, but I would like to get the comments in from everyone who's raised their hand so far. So we'll end it there, but of course all of us will be around the rest of the day today and hopefully exchange information and have an opportunity to continue this conversation. This is certainly a lively and engaging discussion, which is why we decided to include it in the programming. And so thank you so much to everyone for engaging here. So we'll do our ladies first. We'll start with Ms. Busi, who is on our virtual platform, who has her hand raised, and then we'll go to our sister in the back here in the green, and then we'll take care of our two brothers here, and then we'll allow our panelists to give some reaction to these comments or questions, and then make some closing remarks. Does that sound good? Okay, thank you, everyone. So Busi, go ahead with your question or comment.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, to add on to what to the conversation. One of the things is mindsets. That's very critical. Being open-minded to listening to all parties involved in the conversation. That is our Afro-American descendants, the diaspora, as well as the people on the continents, and coming up with ideas. Because sometimes what typically happens, we want to impose what we believe, our ideologies, on the people on the continent, as opposed to let's get in as partners. I'm feeling that right now things are changing, and that's why we're seeing more movement, because we are beginning to listen and not think, okay, there's a whole talk about Bintu. It's a phrase. I've been to Europe, I've been to America, I've been to here, I've been to there. So you think you know more than the people on the continents. That's where we fail a lot. So we have to really be open-minded to listening and then coming up with hybrid solutions, which include the solutions from the continents together with the global solutions and coming up with what works best for individual countries. A good thing is the AFCFTA is trying to, I'm hopeful that it's trying to mitigate all these conversations, but it's important we have a mindset change as opposed to thinking we are rescuing Africa.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, our sister in the back, we'd love for you to introduce yourself and let us know if you have a question or comment to add to the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Welma Mashinidi Red, and I'm originally from Liberia, and I teach at Morgan State University. I teach in the School of Global Journalism and Communication. And I want to share, I teach a particular course called Communication and the Black Diaspora. And in this course, we have a module where we do a virtual exchange, part of our syllabus. And for this year, we are working with a professor who's at the University of Liberia and professors at Morgan, and together we're teaching a common part of our curriculum together. So the students in Liberia, communication students, and students at Morgan State are doing joint projects. And of course, we hope that we can expand such an exchange, call it a virtual exchange program for education with Morgan and students in other universities across Africa. And out of this program, out of this particular course, we want to come out with a project, a video that we jointly produce, a website that we jointly create. But I believe that when we engage communication students on that level, they are the next generation of practitioners, owners, etc., who will be in the industry and will be working, doing videos, doing websites or whatever. And so I just wanted to share that if there are any universities in Ghana or other places and when we talk about, in fact, we have another project coming up with universities in the Caribbean islands as well as South America. Our view of the diaspora extends across the globe. We hope to even get universities in Europe, in part to partner with us in this exchange program. I just wanted to share that.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for the work that you're doing, of course, educating. Yes, give a round of applause, educating the next generation at Morgan State, a HBCU that's just down the road from us. I was actually just talking to a Morgan State alum, Kevin Lyles. I was on a conversation about entrepreneurship with him just a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about an entrepreneurship program that he wants to start at Morgan State. And so maybe there's some lessons that could be learned from the structure that you've built with your educational exchange that could then be applied to a international business exchange that's similarly positioned there at Morgan. And certainly I think, Stephen, and for all of the panelists, perhaps these communication students could be some of the hands to put to work as we talk about creating marketing campaigns, etc., to make doing business with each other attractive. So thank you again so much for sharing that. My brother, go ahead.
Thank you, Brenda, and I'm happy to see you here as you are my fellow Mipagen. You are the globalist of the most influential people of African descent. And I want to come back to your question. I think the major obstacle we face as entrepreneurs and CEO are funding and connectivity. Funding, because as much creative we are an idea, if you don't have the right funding and support, we cannot go very far. And with connectivity, I want to give an example of my brother Stephen here with Yali TV, and my sister Josepha, who represent the African Union, for giving us this platform to have all the young entrepreneurs from the continent and from the diaspora to meet and exchange. I think if we have more summit like this, it will really help to connect more and to do business together. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And my brother here in the front, did you have anything before we close up?
All right. So I just wanted to add to what Stephen and then the senior advisor said. And I like the last speaker, what she said. She said, the fact that you've traveled to Europe and other places and then you've come to the continent of Africa doesn't mean you know more than those over there.
Right.
And one of the things we have to actually think about is that you may have the knowledge. We should have the knowledge. It's basic, it's important. But in acquisition of knowledge, add wisdom. Yes, you should know. I mean, if I operate Ghana, India, trade advisory chamber, you want to do business somewhere, let's say in India, it's basic knowledge that you have to go through that business chamber to know exactly what happens there, so you don't mess up. So we should always remember this, that where there's knowledge, we should acquire wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to bring across.
Thank you. That's a great point. Yeah, give them room. That's a great point. It's not enough to just have information in a book. You have to actually be able to apply it appropriately and come to the table not only with something to offer of value, but coming with respect for the culture, with respect for the place that you're going and trying to do business. Incredibly important. Thank you again to everyone who has engaged in this conversation. Again, a very lively discussion, and we certainly could probably have an entire day of discussion on just this topic, kind of extrapolating out many of the points that we've heard. I'm going to go back to our panelists as we close to try to stay on schedule here. Given everything that we've heard, creating more opportunities for cultural, for connection, being open to those connections, creating resources for networking, certainly addressing some of these regulatory pieces that are incredibly important, and making sure that we're being appropriate as we're addressing each other culturally and otherwise. Would love to hear, and if you could do it in 90 seconds, that would be great. What are your thoughts on the comments and questions that you've heard today, and what is it that your organization needs to be able to address some of these concerns that people have articulated today? Because I think it's important to say, my organization is here, this is what we do, and if we have this resource or that resource, we may be able to be helpful with some of these pieces, whether it's education, connecting, or otherwise. And so, Kweku, I'll go back to you to start. What do you think about the comments that have been made, and how can your organization address some of these pieces?
Yeah, thank you. So I think all the comments were really great contributions. I didn't really get to finish my full talk before you went onto the other ones, but I was going to also say that as much as it's important to address things like the knowledge, share the knowledge and be open-minded, and all the things that were said. I think one thing that we can't discount is the process of the unity, right? People right now we have limited knowledge and understanding for each other, and people don't do business with strangers or people they don't trust. One thing we haven't talked about is trust, right? The process of just building a relationship with another party. Because once you establish trust and familiarity and a network, a group of people, it's very easy to do business with them. And so at Afropolitan, this is exactly what we do, right? When you come to the Afropolitan events, almost half the event is really dedicated to networking, having cultural conversations. And so a lot of the things that have been said, we are actually already doing that. Afropolitan already pulls, Africans, African Americans, Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos for a networking and then cultural celebration. And most of this stuff that is done, that is exactly what the events are designed for. Help us to have these conversations, build trust, build friendships, and then from that, as a result of that, a lot of it convert into businesses. And so a lot of businesses have come out of Afropolitan as a result of that. And you know that Afropolitan is a huge network with over 100,000 diasporans over 10 different cities. And so our events are pretty huge, and we are doing a lot of the things that have already been discussed. So let's not discount trust. Trust is very important. The process is very, very key. And so let's have dessert before we get to the main. Let's have an appetizer before we get to the main meal when it comes to the relationship building.
That's very important. Trust is incredibly important in business and really in any aspect of life. So thank you again. And yes, so sorry that we've had to cut some of the panelists' comments short because of the significant engagement that we've had from our audience. But where can people find out more about Afropolitan before we go to our other two panelists to close?
It's AfropolitanCities.com. So cities with an S. AfropolitanCities.com.
Great. Thank you so much, Kweku. My brother, I'll go to you.
Okay. Well, those were like great conversation and every day, like everybody stated. For me, for me, I think for all entrepreneurs, as you guys heard it previously, most of them they're facing two problems. It's knowledge and funding. So those are very important things because as gifted and as talented as you are, you can have all the best ideas in the world. If you don't have money, you can go nowhere. You can go nowhere. So I'm a founder myself. I'm in the process of raising $1 million for a company. So I understand that. So through the Awakening Africa Hub, we've created also something called to answer the questions like what our company is doing, to try to help on the situation. Right now we started a fundraising, beside the money that we're raising for our startup, we started fundraising to build the Entrepreneurs Hub. So you can download the Awakening Africa Hub, you'll be able to see all the updates, everything that we're doing. So we're raising $100,000 because we're creating a powerful network of entrepreneurs and mentors. So we already started it. We have a beautiful 3,500 square foot office in Dallas where we have a co-working space. We have all the resources to give entrepreneurs a place to come and grow their business. So I think if most entrepreneurs get access to knowledge and they get access to funding, they should be able to scale and grow everything that they're doing. So I had the opportunity to, because I'm very good in networking, so I had the opportunity to meet a lot of people, and I always bring those people to my network so I can also help those entrepreneurs to learn. And like for last year, like to be very quick, for last year, like there was a very beautiful program out there, like the PPP program and the ADIL for those who live in the United States. And most of entrepreneurs didn't take advantage of that. So what I did, I went to the SBA district manager. I was a guy, you know, you don't need to sit in your office. You need to be out there. You need to tell people about this program. People need to take advantage of that.
Right.
You know, so a lot of entrepreneurs managed to get advantage of that. So many people got declined because they didn't know the process. So that guy managed to help a lot of people to get access to that funding that the government was providing for entrepreneurs. So that's what you're doing. And as I said before, I'm happy to connect with more people so we can create something very powerful for our young people, because I'm young too, so I want to create something very good for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, give him a round of applause. Stephen, to close us out, what do you think about the conversation about entrepreneurship that we've had today, and what does Yali want to do to address some of these points that have been brought up?
Okay, so I'll close by saying basically we are in the process. Actually, one of the key things that we're doing is the establishment of the Black History Festival. The Black History Festival is to create that big net that connects us together to discuss trade, our identity, culture, heritage, and history. So one, we are using that platform to be an educational platform, and during the week, just some days, the past days, we've had agency heads from Africa present here to share opportunities. That was led by the Senior Presidential Advisor of the Republic of Ghana. Ghana has taken the center stage. I dare challenge the other African countries to make available their institutions. Without the sharing of the information of the policy that exists, nothing can be achieved, because the opportunities for business can only exist when people know the statutes of doing business in the various countries. So I'm very impressed by what the Republic of Ghana did in the past few days, where the institutional leaders of free zones, investment, promotion, and the agencies responsible for enterprise were here to share the opportunities that are available for the diaspora, and I think we need to take advantage of it. What we are doing further will be to create more promotion for these institutions, to share opportunities for entrepreneurs to know what to do and what not to do, the risks that are available in the various countries. So when people from the diaspora want to invest or do trade, they need to go to the institutions. There are chambers of commerce all across Africa. Get engaged with them. There are investment promotion, free zones, export promotion institutions. Get in touch with them. And we look forward that during all the Black History Festival programs we'll be doing the subsequent weeks and months before 2023, institutions like this can be there and can have face-to-face dialogue. And I close by saying you could get access to Yali TV on www.yalitvonline.com, www.yalitvonline.com, or you could get into some of our platforms, which is the www.blackhistoryfestivals.com, where you could have a marketplace. There's a marketplace there. When you sign up with us, you could also have your products there. And all our partners like Awakening Africa, BPAD, and all the other youth organizations are there. And of course, our supporting agencies like the African Union and their department are responsible for this information dissemination. You could get access to them from there. It is my pleasure to have been on this panel, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We will move now to hearing from the African Union Youth Envoy, Ms. Chito Cleopatra Mpimba. She has a recorded message for us that will play.
depending on which part of the world you're in today at this special occasion with all the due protocol observed. First of all, I'd like to commend the work of the African Union Mission to the USA under the leadership of Her Excellency Suga Mafudze, who has done a wonderful job in engaging the youth more than ever and seeking to tap into the energy and innovative ideas to help build the Africa that we want, working with the young African youth in the diaspora community. I mean, we have been celebrating Black History Month, and this takes us back to the history that binds us together through our culture, our heritage, and sharing experiences. And today's event allows us to connect deeply with the spirit of Ubuntu, which can also be translated to humanity, togetherness, and how our actions have an impact on society. Not in my own words, but to re-emphasize what has been said before. This platform gives us an opportunity for creating Pan-Africanism around the world and building the momentum of African brotherhood and sisterhood as a global African family. I believe that the youth in the diaspora represent an immense richness for host societies since they bridge the different countries, cultures, and identities and fostering intercultural dialogue, supporting inter-regional cooperation and promoting social cohesion. This is why the role of the African Union and my office as the AU Youth Envoy is pivotal to ensure participation of the African youth beyond all borders and to ensure they're integrated in the development agenda for the continent, bringing together the diverse skills and innovative mindsets. We need to continue creating the platforms, and this should go beyond speeches but concrete actions for our youth. And there's so much we can learn from one another, particularly from young people, and harnessing on this demographic to achieve the Africa that we want by 2030. I believe that Black History Month is an opportunity to understand Black histories. Black histories that go beyond the stories of racism and slavery, but also to spotlight Black achievements too, and a moment to celebrate those who've impacted not just the country, but the world within their activism and achievements, whilst also taking stock of the work that still needs to be done. For many modern Black millennials, the month-long celebration for Black History Month offers an opportunity to reimagine what possibilities lie ahead. And I look forward to visualize those possibilities for the future, and together with my peers, learning from the history and co-designing the future, a better future for the youth. Good morning, good afternoon.
Well, that was great. Thank you so much to the African Union's Youth Envoy for those encouraging words. Again, incredibly important that we engage young people with everything that we're doing. And we're going to continue that conversation with young people, moving to a panel focused on African Union youth strategies, empowering education, skills development, employment, and entrepreneurship. This conversation will be 15 minutes. Do we have our moderator, Gigi?
Yes, I'm here, Brandon. Thank you.
Hey, Gigi. Hope you're doing well,
How you
brother.
doing?
Happy to have you here. And is Malcolm, your youth mentee, here as well?
I believe so. Malcolm? We've been texting.
Yes,
so
I'm here.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you to you both. I know this conversation was originally planned for a little bit longer, but to help get us back on schedule, let's, if we can keep this conversation to about 20 minutes, so ending right at the top of the hour. I'll let you go ahead and make your introductions, Gigi, and then you can take the conversation from there.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. I'm humbled and honored to moderate this great panel on the African Union Youth Strategies, discussing empowering education, skills development, employment, and entrepreneurship. Everything that we talked about today has been so important, And I'm so excited to engage with our panel to explore some new strategic pathways forward to reach a prosperous and peaceful Africa. As I said thus far, it's been really great to listen to the level of interest from all the panelists. And before we begin, I want to thank Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafaduze for activating this important celebration for Black History Month, and Ms. Josefa for coordinating all of the event logistics, making this whole process very smooth for all of us. And definitely I want to thank all the African youth groups, MyPad, Mobita, Yali TV, Awakening, African Talent Investment, and Afropolitan. It's been a great pleasure to work with you all in organizing this event. So with the time that we've been given, I want to begin by just introducing our panel. We have His Excellency Lazarus Kapambawe of the Zambian Embassy. We have Dr. Kamara Mohammed, the Department Chair of African Studies at Howard University. And we have Mr. Pemfo Brodson Chambuta, who is in charge of partnerships and programs at the African Union Youth Division of Women, Gender, and Youth. And I believe Mr. Sium Kuti, who's a Pan-African leader and a professional musician. I believe he's also going to join this panel today. So let us begin with an opening question for all the panelists that I hope will spark this dialogue. So what do you think are the biggest challenges Africa and African youth are facing today in relation to the topics that we're here to discuss? Everyone feel free to also chip in.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Your Excellency.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. You have asked a question. Can you all hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my name is Lazarus Kapambwe. I'm the ambassador of Zambia to the United States. In response to your question, I would mention first the identity crisis. These are what I consider to be big challenges of our times for our youth. The identity crisis. How do we forge an African identity that contributes to developing or influencing the content of the global identity in which we find ourselves in? To what extent are we influencing the narrative, the global narrative on global issues, but as a distinctly African voice? Number two, especially with regard to our education systems in our countries, the curriculum of our education systems. That is a big challenge because I think we are too slow in adapting our curricula to suit the needs of the youth today, to suit the new global economy that our youth are becoming employees in. And because of that failure, we see a continuing tendency of our youth to migrate out of the continent, and with that, the human resource being depleted from the continent. And our youth do very, very well in the environments to which they go, which means that if we could create the right conditions in our countries, most of our youth would stay. Thirdly, the engagement. What I would like to see more is from our youth is engagement, youth activism, to influence important policies in our respective countries. For instance, policies on education, curriculum development, and things like that, which I mentioned. But also fighting activism that fights for Africa's space in the global competition we are in. So these are quickly, I can elaborate on some of these, but just quickly, these are the three challenges that I can put across.
Thank you, Your Excellency Kumbawa. You raised some very important things as far as identity, the curriculum of our education in Africa, how people are migrating. I want to touch on that a bit later. And also the engagement aspect, which I think is very important. Before we move to the next question, would any other panelists like to speak on what are the greatest, or the biggest challenges African youth and Africa is facing today?
Hi. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No, after you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Mohamed Salim Kamara. I'm a professor and chair of the Department of African Studies at Howard University. And let me just very quickly thank Her Excellency the Ambassador Hilda Suka Mafudzi and her capable staff at the African Union for organizing this historic event. And I thank also everyone who participated in preparing this event. I think following up on what His Excellency just said, I think there is also a very frustrating contrast between long-term optimism and short-term pessimism among our youth. We know Africa is the second largest and the second most populous continent on Earth, and Africa has the highest rate of youth population, over about 60%. And when you have that many young people within your population, like Africa, either it's going to be a great asset, this is what we hope for, or if we don't pay attention to many things, it's going to be what some have called the youth bulge, to become a problem. And hopefully it won't come to that. When you survey African youth, as organizations have done in Africa, and as colleagues and I have done during our research, you hear two things. One, a solid belief that the 21st century is going to be Africa's century, which is very encouraging. However, you turn the coin and you ask them about the near future, the short to medium terms, they are pessimistic. They're saying our countries and our continent are headed in the wrong direction. And one of the reasons for that is for them to see that Africa is arguably the richest continent on Earth, that has all the strategic minerals that the powers of the world need and want. And they are getting. And the more they're getting those resources, the less African populations are benefiting from that. And they are also witnessing a mounting problem of foreign debt and all that. So when you put these two together with such a very galvanized youth, very connected with the outside world, very exposed to information, misinformation, and disinformation, you have a very huge problem that I strongly believe, as an African, that Africa is equipped to manage. Africa is equipped to move forward positively, but we need to be really very mindful of all those contexts that we could come back to in the process of the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Bembo, please go ahead and share your thoughts, but please keep in mind that we don't have much time, so about 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
in a nutshell, I would like to just build on what Professor, by the way, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And this is, like my colleagues have said, groundbreaking, and I hope more of this sort of environments or opportunities to arise. I'm Tempo Jakuta. I've worked for the African Union's division. Specifically, I'm the Partnerships and Programs Associate within the Youth Division. What I feel as though is the actual problem, in a nutshell, building on what Professor Kamara just said, is the fact that we have such a large population, which is huge. 70% of Africa is but weirdly or unfortunately, youth do not have opportunities. I think that is the word, opportunity. So opportunities to actually be on the table, to opportunities to actually excel in life, opportunities to make a better life for themselves and their families. So I feel as though that is really the major problem that African youth are facing, is that the lack of opportunities in the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that comment, Pembo. Just to kind of continue on that, in the context of employment, entrepreneurship, I want to talk about some of the hazardous journeys that many Africans have made. For example, some have went through Libya, and some of our brothers and sisters there get trapped and sold into slavery. Or some are found hiding in plane gear, in landing gear of a plane, and they end up tragically falling off. So I want to ask the panel, why are people leaving? Why are our people leaving? And what can we do in Africa that can stop Africans from migrating to Europe or America?
Well, that's a very big question, and it is important when I talked about the need for youth to engage. One of the interesting things I have noted on our continent is that foreigners tend to do better in our countries. And that is irrespective of whether those foreigners are African or foreigners. So the issue is, how is it that foreigners, fellow Africans who would migrate from one African country and come to the other country, tend to see opportunities where the locals don't see the opportunities? But I wanted to contextualize Africa in the global economy, especially when you asked about why is such a rich continent so poor at the same time. And when I talked about engagement, there are certain things that are happening, the rules of the game in the international global trading system, which are stacked against Africa. Let me just give you an example and a matter on which I would like our youth to get engaged. What is called illicit financial flows. Every year, Africa loses 150 billion US dollars in illicit financial flows. The destination of these are the developed countries. In this country, Delaware, Wyoming, Oregon, and Nevada are the major destinations of illicit financial flows from Africa. Of these $150 billion, 62% is being taken out by multinational corporations. 32, sorry?
No, let me stop you there, right there, and ask you about what would you make of China's interest in Africa?
Well, China's interest in Africa is no different from any other country's interest in Africa. Everybody is looking for the resources that Africa has in abundance. But they make it, the rules, the World Trade Organization rules currently make it almost impossible for you to add value to any products in Africa because the moment you add value to any product in Africa, it is restricted from entry into the global markets. And so any investor that is coming to Africa can only come and make profit in extractive industries without adding any value. So this is one of those things that deprive Africa of opportunities. It's the value addition chain where opportunities of employment are created for people. But they extract the raw materials and they begin to create the value chains outside of Africa.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to direct the question to Dr. Mohammed. Recently, we heard also on the panel about how Americans need to connect with their African ancestry. So, Dr. Mohammed, why do you think African Americans feel disconnected from the African continent, given that you're the head chair of African Studies?
Well, let me answer that question just as an individual, not as the representative of Howard University. I think it's a two-way street. One, somebody said earlier that from practically the 50s all the way to recently with the internet, social media, and so on, declustering the global information and communication system, if you were an African American in Detroit, in Southside Chicago, or anywhere else, the only thing you're going to, or most of what you're going to hear about Africa are negative things. That to convince you that, well, listen, you're lucky your ancestors were enslaved in the Americas and you were born and raised American. However poor you are better than all Africans considered. And because of that intoxicating misinformation, and many African Americans grew under that mirage. And Africans also were, for a long time, they tried to convince us that we are nothing, we are worthless, and colonialism was actually a civilizing mission. And whether we know or not, many Francophone African countries are paying today colonial taxes because of that so-called civilizing mission. And ironically, it's the same countries that want to come, enlightened countries, to come to the dark continent to look for light. Go to the Sahara Desert, where wind and the sun are harnessed for renewable energy. The irony of that. So, it took both sides, Africa and the African American communities, to wake up to the reality of the 20th century first, to realize that divide and conquer continued from the 15th century, the beginning of enslavement of Africans across the Atlantic, to now. And since we have awakened, so to speak, to that reality, you can see that the interconnections are going there. From the beginning of Pan-Africanism in the Caribbean to North America, and to Africa, always to Africans supporting the civil rights movement here, and all the way to Black Lives Matter, the most recent manifestation of that solidarity, we see that it is changing.
I'll stop you right there, Doctor. I was just going to say, I do remember hearing about all African Union member states going to the United Nations to protest and to urge the United Nations to stop killing unarmed Black men for no reason. So it's very true that there is a connection there. I want to direct the question
Gigi,
to...
that's going to be all the time that we have for the conversation today. Sorry to cut you off there. Would love for you, just very quickly, if you could, kind of summarize what you've heard from the panelists, if you could do it in 60 or 90 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll move to the next conversation for today. Thank you.
No worries. Well, I believe we raised great topics. First, we went from hearing His Excellency discuss identity and how that correlates to some of the biggest struggles that most Africans are facing. We need to know who we are. We need to connect with our ancestry. We also discussed the issue of migration. You know, there is a huge, we have to look at why African people are not staying in Africa. What's the problem, right? We have to focus and examine why that's taking place. And I believe we also touched on the opportunities that are lacking. We need to have more opportunities. We need to have more resources. So I wish we could have continued this conversation because I wanted to get into the economics. I believe that's one of the biggest things that if we do focus on, because if we look at why Africa is the most richest continent, but still, faces the most poverty, it's because we're not focused on building businesses with people who are on the continent, helping them create jobs, right? People need jobs too. That's how you end poverty. So I really wanted to get there. Unfortunately, we didn't, but we touched a little bit on it. So I believe we can stop there and we can pass it on to the next panel. I want to thank all the panelists for all your comments and your level of interest in the discussion today. Unfortunately, we don't have much time as we all wanted, but I'm sure we'll continue this conversation.
Yeah, thank you again, Gigi, for your moderating, and thanks again to our panelists for your great contributions to the conversation today. And I'm sure the conversation will continue. I know, Gigi, we have some time with you later in our program as well, so looking forward to hearing from you later today as well. Let's move to our next discussion that will be moderated by Ms. Busi Mastico, who has been a very engaged participant throughout the day. This conversation will focus on digital technology innovations and how they positively impact young people from the African diaspora. Busi, are you there? If she is not there immediately, I do see that we have it looks like we have some of the panelists that are here. Let's start with, and I can move forward with moderating until Busi comes back here. Looks like we have. So let's start this conversation about digital technology with Sophia. Sophia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Let us all unite and celebrate.
Sorry about that, Sophia. Yes, can you hear me?
Victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty.
Into the digital technology ecosystem and how you're directly working with entrepreneurs from the diaspora. We'd love to, since that's the focus of the conversation, we'd love to start with you.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the invite, Madam Ambassador and the African Union organizers, Josepha, who I've known for a decade and continue to support our work. God bless you, sister. I've also known your offices since Ambassador Amina Saloum was residing there, so she's a great friend and a sister. In fact, we were privileged to host her at one of our virtual forums last year, so hopefully we'll do the same with the Madam Ambassador today at some point. So we want to get everyone to get to know our work. Greetings to the esteemed panel that I am in and the audience out there. I'm glad to be here this special month of Black History to discuss a very important topic of the Africa we want, which in many cases has been like the unrequited love with Africa, at least from the diaspora's perspective as we know it, because people like us have given much more than we have received from Africa. There is a lot of work that needs to remain. So, despite happy to share our voices with you. So I represent an organization, CBS International, which actually is based in California, and it's been in the technology transfer for decades to Africa. It was organized initially for that. And then we have also a company called Dots Connect Africa, which is based in Kenya, and also Mauritius, that are doing work in digital transformation of the continent. So we have one feet here in the US and one there. And so we'll be straddling the continents and the Americas and the globes for a while, trying to make a difference. So basically, digital technology is marked by current rise of digital transformation, has been a game changer for the African continent. It is an opportunity to boost an economic growth and industrialization, alleviate poverty, and improve people's lives, right? So it can, obviously, we all know that digitization contributes to enhancing human capital and providing new opportunities to young people in Africa. So in our case, CBS has been in the past, it's been a decade since we've been involved. So we used to do a lot of nation building projects like infrastructure when that last mile of fiber was coming into Africa and stuff like that. So we have successfully implemented large projects relating to that. And usually with partners in Africa as well, building partners with Africa since they are large projects. So, and currently with our Dots Connect Africa, what we're doing is it has a very strong presence since about 10 years now. So we are assisting SMEs, which are small, medium enterprises, and also corporates in their digital transformation journeys, particularly after the COVID. So our services range from helping companies to have an online presence, hosting their sites and building online storefronts for them to do like social commerce activities. Again, like I said, after the COVID, there's been a huge damage done to the SME sector, and we're trying to find a way to uplift the economy, which majority of African economy is under the SMEs.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sophia.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We also have a very popular
No, Sophia, I'm going to move on to another panelist.
Oops, I'm sorry, is there a disconnect?
Yeah, but thank you for explaining a little bit about the work that you're doing. Would love to move on to Charles. Are you there?
Okay. I think I can.
Yes, I am.
Hey, Charles, thanks so much for joining us today. So, Sophia said digital connectivity is incredibly important for the members of the global diaspora that she's working with, for young people that are on the continent of Africa, as well as for small business owners. What are you seeing in terms of the increase in connectivity on the continent from Google's perspective, and what more needs to be done to ensure that we have the technology resources to allow folks to be able to reach the goals that they have on the continent?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Ambassador, for organizing this. I do see that Brucey, our moderator, is now on, but thank you so much for the opportunity. A couple of things I just want to quickly point out to. The first one is our digital printers white paper that we published that's really touched on that point that you made around connectivity. The first pillar that talks about the digital printers white paper really focuses on how digital transformation can accelerate economic growth. Dr. Kamara spoke about Africa having the largest youth population in the world. I just want to give a slightly different dimension of that. By 2050, more than a third of the world's workforce is going to be in Africa. That's only 28 years away from now. It therefore is critical for us to really start building that workforce of the future, both from an employment perspective as well as an entrepreneurship perspective, because it is absolutely critical for us to be able to serve the world from Africa. That's where connectivity comes in. There's a lot of subsea cables that are coming to the continent at the moment. Equiano being the latest from Google, which is going to connect Portugal to Cape Town with a few landing branches along the way. However, one of the things that we still are yet to work on is the internal connectivity, so the overlap. Once you get that connectivity to the shores of different countries, how do you get it to the last mile? And that is something that we really need to start seeing more of, so that we can fully benefit the opportunities that digital transformation brings to the continent. But I also want to touch on some of the challenges that we're seeing.
Well, before you go to the challenges there, I think that's a good point to underscore that it's not just enough to have the, back to our earlier conversation, kind of the book on the shelf with the undersea pipeline. You got to actually get it the last mile and get it to people. You have to have not just the knowledge, but you have to have the wisdom, and I think that's really important. Before you go to challenges, I want to turn the conversation back over to Debussy, our moderator. Thank you so much for joining with us today. Busi, I'll turn it over to you, and if we could land the plane here by about 25 after, that would be appreciated. So go ahead and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MC, for a phenomenal job, and I would like to extend my gratitude to Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, as well as Ms. Josepha for this wonderful event, and all the organizers and participants of this event today. And happy Black History Month. So, as we were speaking, Charles made a very interesting point about the digital transformation. And before we get back to that, I would like to bring up Ms. Tamika, who is, one second. Tamika Brown, who is with the, who's an international and learning and development professional with over 18 years experience in research training, management facilitation, curriculum design and development, and implementation and evaluation. Tamika, please give us, tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us areas that you're most focused on for expanding economic opportunities and how it can help, how the youth can contribute.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and the introduction, and I join in greeting the ambassador and also thanking the African Union for just bringing us together for this conversation as we think through digital technology and innovation and how that positively impacts the youth. I come to the conversation from the perspective of the talent development perspective. The accent you're hearing is Jamaican, so I like to say I'm 100% Jamaican born and grown, so I can certainly resonate, or the conversation that has been going on with just the challenges that the diaspora experiences, that or brothers and sisters in Africa experience from that developing country perspective, and just what migration and all the different impacts have in terms of how we look at how can we develop a workforce. I come to the conversation from that perspective because in my day job, I get to think through and lead the function of how are we preparing our people to ensure that they're able to respond to what the organization's priorities are and to ensure that we can, follow through our mission and vision. And I know that's one of the things that top of mind right now as we think through developing not only our youth who are preparing for the workforce, but even our existing workforce. We're thinking about the skills that they're going to need to be able to navigate successfully the new digital technology landscape. And we see where now there is unprecedented access to information, but one of the things that comes with that is how do you process that information? How do you make sense of it to make sure that you're able to effectively make decisions and solve problems? So critical thinking, innovation, the ability to use information, to sift through it to make decisions and solve problems is really top of mind. We're thinking communication skills as well, because we can't assume that because we have the tools, we know how to use them. So we're thinking those kind of things. And of course, we come loaded with a focus on technical skills, but how are our people skills? Those are some of the things that are top of mind for us as we think through how we're preparing our youth and also how we want our employees to show up in the workforce. So those are some of the things that we're working on.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. I said thank you so much for your input regarding how you're upskilling the youth regarding technology in the world today. And we'll dive into that more. I'd also like to introduce Ms. Dr. Japa Dawouni, who is an associate professor of political science at Howard University and the founding director of the Howard University Center for Women, as well and Global Leadership. She is the founder and executive director of the nonprofit organization, the Institute of African Women in Law. Welcome, Ms. Dr. Dawouni.
Thank you, Lucy. Glad to be here.
Yes, so Dr. Dawouni, technology is very important to the youth. How are you preparing the next generation to have skills, opportunity, and access to technology and as it relates to integration within core industries? And I could also extend it to women too.
Thank you. And so I join everyone else in thanking the ambassador and all the members of the African Union for putting together such a wonderful event during Black History Month, which really is a global event considering that the Black community and nations spread around the world. So thank you. I know we don't have much time, so I'm going to really try and just focus on this response. It's really a lot to cover. But I come from a place where my background always has been about tapping into the African traditions. And one of the traditions I pick on is a storytelling tradition. How do we tell stories in order to, one, stick to our history and all the positives it has to offer, and two, to move us into the future? And so if I'm going to take that element of storytelling and combine that with technology, I would say that in preparing the youth and women, we should focus on telling positive stories. I know there's a lot that has been done to make sure that we create a new narrative for Africa to counter the narrative that has traditionally been placed on there about all things negative. So the youth should think about ways in which they can also use technology. TikTok, all the social media handles, the new ones I don't even know about, are opportunities for us to tell positive stories. And not just go around telling positive stories, but also tell stories that will build the future. Let me end very quickly with a story. When I was in secondary school, we call it secondary school in Ghana, so high school, I was selected to write a story. And the story title was How I Imagined Switzerland. I had never been anywhere outside of Ghana. I was given a map of Switzerland to take a look and write a story. I wrote and I won that competition. Now, I never got anything out of that competition. And to date, I have a feeling that whoever was in charge of that must have picked somebody else to go to Switzerland, because that was the outcome of that competition. And so I always remember, I don't remember what story I wrote, but I remember the title. And that has been the positive way I think the youth can think about how I imagine Africa. Zimbabwe, Algeria, Mozambique, you pick a country, how do you imagine it? How can you harness technology to create that future you're imagining? And I think that is what I would encourage us to do, to get youth into thinking about the Africa they imagine from Algeria to Zimbabwe.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Dawuni. That's an amazing story, and I love the analogies you're using and the importance of storytelling. It's part of our heritage, and it's important that we continue to use that element, as it is rich, and not only rich, but powerful and transformational. And as we continue, I think I saw Dr. Kamara is also on our panel, and he happens to be the current chair of the Department of African Studies, and is a professor of history and philosophy and mass communications at Howard University. Dr. Kamara, I wanted to ask you a question regarding.
We had Dr. Kamara on the last panel.
Okay, he was moved around. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. So I'll still move this story to Tamika. Tamika, there's been a debate about the divide, or whereby African Americans or Afro-Americans have felt the disconnect from the African continent. You're Caribbean, but you've also lived in the US, and you're also trying to connect. And right now there's this push for Afro-descendants to connect to the continent. What do you believe would be the bridge? What could bridge this divide in this age of technology for the youth?
You know, that's a great question. And as I think about it, I'm probably going to borrow mostly from my Jamaican experience here, and it's the culture piece of it. And to the point that my colleague on the panelist, Dr. I don't remember her name, she spoke about stories, and the stories we tell are mostly around our culture, whether it's music, food, the traditions, because we really have more in common than we are different, regardless of whether we are based in Africa or in one of the African countries, or we're here in the US, or you're in the Caribbean. We have a rich cultural heritage, and if we can leverage the different tools to build community through YouTube, TikTok, all the different social media channels, and we use culture, what we have in common, what we eat, how we live, if we're able to connect through culture, I believe that that's going to be one of the richest ways that we're going to be able to kind of cut down on the divide. Because like I can tell you, Afrobeats is as popular in Jamaica as probably reggae would be if you walk on the street or different parts of Africa, and it's the same here in the US. So I think that culture, we're gonna have to look at how we can use our culture, all that's similar, regardless of where we were born and the accents you hear, how we can leverage culture to create communities that transcend geographical locations. I think that would be perhaps one of the vehicles. And again, it's also where you're gonna find our youth, straddling the divide between entertainment and education. So that's what I'd venture out.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Bekele, you're a serial entrepreneur. You've been a leader in many capacities and been involved in different initiatives. And you're educated in the West, and you currently reside on the continent as well. What would you tell your younger self moving into this current age of technology, and what would you tell yourself so that the youth can learn from your past experiences as well as the opportunities that currently exist in this global village and technological world?
Thank you, Lucy. I'm sorry, I think I was using earlier multiple platforms, so I wasn't following the conversation there, maybe. Apologies for that. But I completely agree with previous panel, Tamika, what she said in terms of culture. Absolutely, and merging digital technologies. So our companies have been engaged in this digital transformation. And one of the things we do is we have this boot camp program that recruits from colleges, various colleges around the continent, to come together for like 6 months or so and get involved in in challenging themselves to learn the new technologies, particularly social media. We have various campaigns every month for them to, I think I love what Ambassador Kampa or the previous panel had said about the Africa, the Imagine and youth and storytelling. And I would probably borrow that from you and set that up as a campaign for the youth to voice their opinion through social media. But there's been a lot of back and forth and haggling between the diaspora, me, myself as a diaspora going to the continent, and the acceptance of the people doing business on the continent itself. There's a lot of, while they listen to what the diaspora ideas are, but the implementation process is really not there. So we're always like in a boxing match that our voices want to be heard, what we bring from the West, we want to adapt. But then there's also a problem of, I think another panelist have said in the very previous panel that we don't just bring what the West has and adapt it in Africa. We need to look at the culture. We need to look at, listen to their voices, and also be able to merge the two. So there's a huge, it's right now, there's a huge conversion in Africa. Actually, it's much better than I've seen it 5-6 years ago, where people, both sides are collaborating no matter what, because of the technology, because it has merged. Policymakers have seen what technology can do. They're empowering the youth. I recall like 10 years ago, we started a campaign on, the first campaign actually, in bringing youth in technology across Africa. And we saw a lot of policymakers adapting and taking the youth seriously. Nobody takes you seriously if you are, 25, 30 in Africa, right? Especially in leadership positions. It's been that way. But look what happened in the last 10 years. That whole platform has changed, and women are being promoted, youth are being promoted, and also just to mention, we have a CSR, I think that was when I was getting into it, which is a social responsibility program where we also bring in women into the equation, because women have not adapted to digital technologies for a long time. They were not the engineers of it. So these digital technologies, again, social media, have empowered them to say their voices. And basically, that group we run, which is called Miss.Africa, we get engaged once a year in seed fund competition to gather the proposals and ambitions of women, young women, and give them seed fund to materialize their dreams. So we've been engaged in such kind of activities on the ground, and it's 5 years it's been tremendous effort. We're in 12 countries now. We've seen the tremendous effort of women rising, girls rising, and being part of the digital economies. And that really helps in the human capacity building process.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bekele. Charles, you were going into the digital transformation, and what do you feel the outlook is for Africa? We've seen a lot of, we've seen the 5 unicorns, as well as we've seen last year, 2021 was a transformational year for Africa in terms of raising capital. Many a time, what we've seen is people say there's money in Africa, there's money for Africa, but it seems like they are phantom funds. What do you think entrepreneurs can do to position themselves for funding for these projects?
And Busi, but before Charles answers there, we have about 5 more minutes for this conversation. Sorry that the time is coming to a close. Would love to hear his answer, and then would love for you to summarize the comments that we've heard from the panel so far this afternoon. Thank you.
So Charles, could you do it in about a minute so that we can give Ms. Japa at least some time for her closing remarks as well?
Absolutely, I'll make it quick. So I do think that there's a lot of opportunities for organizations in Africa and startups in Africa to actually raise capital. And it's not phantom funds. I'll give you 2 examples. Just last year, we invested in the Black Founders Fund for startups that are led by Black people in Africa. And those were, we touched about 50 different startups as Google. In addition to the Black Founders Fund, which was specific for Africa, and we did another Black Founders Fund for Europe as well. We also had the African Investment Fund, in which we're going to invest $50 million in African startups, as well as giving them access to Google's employees, the network, the technology, to help them build impactful products for their communities. And just to confirm that these are not phantom funds, we've already announced our first two investments. Safe Border as well as Carry First are two such examples. And then last but not least, I do want to touch on the Accelerator program, the Google for Africa Startups Accelerator, which we've worked with over 80 startups, as well as giving them equity-free finance working space over the last 3 years. So what I would love to talk or touch on is the fact that what African startups need to do is have a very clear problem that they're working to solve. When you take a company such as Twitter, which is looking to solve for the inefficiencies of the logistics, or another company like Zesha or Flutterwave, which in the last couple of weeks just raised at a $3 billion valuation. All of these companies are solving real African problems and innovating in Africa. But lastly, I'd just like to touch on, because this is an AU convened event, the importance of AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. By removing some of these trade barriers that are there, cross-border data flows, etc., we can be able to create a much broader marketplace. AfCFTA creates the largest trading bloc since WTO. So it's important for us to leverage that, have the right policies in place, so that when people start companies in one part of the continent, they can be able to scale that to the rest of the continent, solving problems for Africans and beyond. So I'll pause there in the interest of time so that Dr. Japa can have some time to also say something. Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you everyone else.
Thank you so much, Charles. And Dr. Dawuni, I would love to hear your thoughts on the AfCFTA with regards to the policy and what you think the opportunity is in this day and age for women in technology.
All right, thank you. I know that I have to land the ship in a minute, so just play it in a minute. I think that my co-panelists have said it really well, and I love what all of them said, but I just want to tag on to what Charles said about startups not being phantom funds, and I agree. I think we also have to talk to the youth and engage, not talk to, but engage with them to understand that it's really important for us to break this dependency mindset. Let's do it ourselves, and hopefully we'll find others like Google and others who will be able to invest in Africa and Connect Africa. I'm happy to talk to you about that, my idea about storytelling. But how can AFCA be part of this? I think I'll make it this very quickly. The Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership at Howard University, which I head, is going to be having a program with the U.S. Embassy in Ghana from March 15th to the 16th, and it's really what we call the Women's Economic Empowerment Lab. So it's a 2-day event, including a networking opportunity that's going to discuss entrepreneurship opportunities for women in Ghana and also the African diaspora under the AFCT and also AGOA. And so this will be, it's open. Please check out the website for the Center for African Studies, which is a co-hosting center. And you're welcome to attend for us to discuss how the AFCT, working with AGOA, to promote economic opportunities for women across Africa, starting with Ghana. So that would be a good place for us to reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dawuni, on that. Ms. Bekele, what are your closing remarks?
My closing remarks is Africa, oops, people are calling here. Africa is rising, and I agree completely with this CTA program. I think we can take advantage of movement of goods and economies of scale, like the gentleman has said. I've seen a lot of funding across Africa, particularly scaling of projects through that, e-commerce is something we all have to get into. We all have to embrace. One of the projects we're doing is exporting small medium enterprise goods to Africa, to the to US and Africa, and this AFECTA thing is going to really help us, the policy change. So I think Africa is rising, and I think we should adapt. We should work together with the local Africans as well as give Africa a chance. Just another, we're in the 21st century, so we'll always keep engaged with Africa. So very optimism, and we have also a leadership that has very huge optimism now. So
thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mr. Mika. Your closing remarks in about a minute.
Definitely. So just to add on to what all the other panelists have said, we are at a critical juncture where, as we encourage our youth to leverage the new digital landscape and to prepare for their entry into the workforce, we have to encourage them to have a balanced approach that does not just focus on the technical skills and the cognitive pieces of it, but we want to have them focus on the 3 C's in terms of creativity and innovation. We want them to be thinking about how they're going to be able to communicate their ideas, especially when they have to pitch those startups, and work effectively with others. And then, of course, so communication, critical thinking, and creativity are the 3 C's to watch in terms of skill building, skill development, and also to leverage all these different opportunities they have. So we're going for a more balanced perspective in terms of how we're looking through, developing, ourselves.
Awesome. Thank you so much, my dear panelists, for such an invigorating discussion. What we're hearing is the 3 C's, as well as not having phantom funds, but actually how to get access to that funding, and then the AFCFTA, as well as the importance of storytelling and engaging our youth. I just think Africa is rising, and this is just the beginning, and we just have to be united and stop operating in silos.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's a great way to end the conversation. Definitely being united and not operating in silos. Thank you again to all of our panelists for the incredible work that you're doing to make sure that, 1, the continent of Africa is connected, and 2, that young people and small business owners have access to the resources, both the technology as well as the funding necessary to be able to grow their businesses over time. We're going to move to the next section of our program this afternoon, and thank you again to everyone who has joined us virtually, as well as those who continue to be with us here at the African Union Mission here in Washington, D.C. The next section, we'll hear remarks from government and some non-governmental leaders. We're going to have Nana Kwesi come on and do the introductions for our speakers in the next section of the program. While Nana comes, just wanted to say that so much of that last program resonated with me as someone that's an entrepreneur and investor, and looking forward to hopefully staying connected. Nana, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, sir. I think you can give yourselves a round of applause for joining in. It's been amazing since morning, and we're enjoying your presence. We've learned a lot, just like I have. I hope you're not keeping this conversation here. We are keeping it fluid. So kindly share it to all your cohorts. Kindly share it to all your social media. If you're joining us online, you are a special guest to us. So also kindly share to all your WhatsApp groups and all your cohorts. The next person to talk to us, I believe after reading this profile, you might look out for him as a mentor or somebody yes, I aspire to be. I had a rare privilege of seeing this profile before sharing it with you, and I must say that I am overwhelmed, and he's somebody I'm looking forward to becoming like. He's Hafiz Ghanem, an Egyptian and a French national, and he's the Vice President of the World Bank for Eastern and Southern Africa since July 2020. A development expert with over 30 years of experience, Mr. Ghanem leads an active portfolio consisting of over 300 projects, totaling more than $47 billion. Under his leadership, the World Bank supports inclusive growth and poverty reduction by financing projects that boost human capital, support private sector development and digital transformation, raise agricultural productivity and promote food security, improve access to infrastructure, build resilience to climate change and promote regional integration, intensifying assistance for fragile and conflict-affected states, and promoting gender equality are core to his vision for the African region. Prior to his appointment as the Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa, Dr. Ghanem served as Vice President of the World Bank for Africa region. This was between 2018 to 2020, and Middle East and North Africa from 2015 to 2018. Leading up to this, he was a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in the Global Economy and Development Program, leading the Arab Economies Project, focused on impact of political transition on Arab economies development. Between 2007 and 2012, he served as Assistant Director General at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. He was responsible for the Economic and Social Development Department and the FAO's analytical work on agriculture, economics, and food security, trade and markets, gender and equality, and statistics. In this role, he and his counterpart at the OECD coordinated the preparation of the international organization's recommendations to the 2011 G20 meetings on how to respond to the global food crisis. He also led the reforms of the Committee on World Food Security to make it more inclusive and responsive to country needs. Dr. Ghanem began his career at the World Bank in 1983. I'm sure a lot of you are not born. And as a young professional, over the span of 24 years, he worked on bank operations and initiatives in over 20 countries in Africa, Europe, and Central Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, and country director for Nigeria, where he led a multinational team of more than 100 professionals, managing the bank's loan portfolio of some $1.5 billion. He was also the country director for Madagascar, Comoros, Mauritius, and Seychelles, and sector lead for public economics and trade policy in the Europe and Central Asia region. He has many publications in professional journals, and as a member of the core team that produced the World Bank's 1995 World Economic Report. He holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in economics from the American University in Cairo, and a PhD in economics from the University of California, Davis. He's fluent in Arabic, English, and French. With a round of applause, Mr. Hafiz Ghanem. Over to you, boss.
Thank you very, very much. And I would like to thank Ambassador Hilda and congratulate her on organizing this event. I think it's a great event to launch also the Black History Month. Although I'm not a historian, as you've heard from my CV, I'm an economist. I think that knowledge of history is extremely important. If you don't know where you're coming from, you won't know where you're going. That's an old African proverb, actually. And I think that it is important for Africans to learn their history, and for African historians to write our history, because often African history has been written by non-Africans. And I believe that this needs to change, and a lot of more be known about the culture and history of Africa before the Europeans landed there, and before the period of colonization, when we have the great civilizations across the continent. But I was invited actually to talk about economics and about how we see the economics of the continent and its future, and especially with a special focus on youth and women. But nobody can talk about African economics without focusing on the on youth, because youth is Africa's greatest opportunity. It's also a challenge. We need to create more than 1 million jobs every month on the continent, because given our demographic growth and the young people who are already there. More than 1 million jobs every month, and we need to create good jobs with opportunities that offer hope for our young people. And so how can Africa create those jobs? And how can Africa transform its economies so that those jobs are good jobs, good paying jobs? And I think that this is doable and easy, and we were on the path of achieving that. Now there's a hiccup because of the recession caused by the COVID, but I think we will continue moving, and that Africa will continue growing, and it is really the continent of the future. It's the continent of the future because of the youth. It's the continent of the future because of its natural resources. But how can we use this human and natural resources of our continent to achieve this great opportunity and hope and jobs? And I would say that we need to move in 3 areas that are really critical. The first area, we need to continue and increase our investment in infrastructure. Today on the continent, less than 40% of the population has access to electricity. You cannot transform the economy with this low access to electricity. We need to invest in energy and achieve the SDG of universal access to electricity by the end of this decade. It is doable, it needs political will, and I'll tell you why it is doable. It is doable because now we have also new technologies. With all of this discussion about green technologies, renewables, it is also actually those renewables that are coming into the market, the solar, the wind, the different types of hydraulic energy production is an opportunity for Africa because it brings down the cost of supplying electricity. And I think that we need to do that. But infrastructure in the 21st century is also, and I heard the discussion before as I'm talking on, is also access to the digital economy. Unless we have access to the internet in Africa, we will not be able to transform our economies. And Africa's youth is an opportunity to use the new technologies and to use digital technologies to create jobs and to improve the lives of all of us. But to succeed in the digital area, we obviously to invest in digital infrastructure, the internet, and so on. We also need to work on bringing down the cost of access to the internet. In our country's cost of access to the internet is higher than in Europe or the United States. And many people are not using the internet in Africa. We have around only 30% of Africans have access to the internet today. And many people, it's not because there is no connectivity, it's because the access is too expensive. Whether getting a smartphone, the price of the smartphone, or the price of the internet connectivity itself. The digital economy also requires investment in education. And the digital economy also requires investment in platforms, especially government platforms, whether to improve the quality of education, the quality of health, or to improve the quality of government services in general. So this is the first point I wanted to bring. And this is the importance of investing in infrastructure if we want to transform our continent, whether it's energy infrastructure or digital infrastructure. Second point is that if we have infrastructure, we need also the people and the human capital to be able to use that infrastructure and to seize the opportunities that are being created. Human capital means investing in education and health, but the most important actually investment in terms of human capital, and we have at the World Bank, we developed something called the Human Capital Index. And the most important investment that we see is women empowerment. The correlation between women empowerment and the Human Capital Index is more than 0.85. That is very, very strong correlation. That is, countries that empower their women have much better human capital scores than other countries. And why is that? I started thinking, what is the causal relationship here? And it turns out, when you empower women, it means that you avoid early marriage, you avoid child marriage, you educate the girls. That immediately implies healthier children, better nutrition, better education, and the whole human capital index improves. So it is very important that we invest in women's empowerment. Investing in women's empowerment means education for girls. We need to keep the girls at school until at least they finish secondary education. Health, access to health services for women, reproductive health services and sexual health. Access to opportunities and jobs, and especially also in the area of the digital economy. Now, finally, the third area where we need, that is very, very important for us in order to transform Africa, is on governance, and to put in place the government systems, the policies that actually support investment, support entrepreneurship, support our youth in using those new technologies and this new information to create value and to create wealth. So that is a very important area. As a footnote to that, I strongly believe that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a great opportunity for all of us. It will create a market, it is creating a market of 1.3 billion people. That is roughly the size of India. So it is really important that we make it work. And to make it work, it's not just trade between African countries. It's not just a matter of signing trade agreements. It also means building the infrastructure, the connectivity between the countries. It also means improving the governance at the borders, so people and goods and services can move easily and are not stopped and harassed at border controls. So those are the three areas that I think are very, very important for our continent if we want to create jobs and opportunities for our people. Investing in infrastructure, investing in human capital, especially women's empowerment, and better governance and policies. Quickly, we also have, there are 2 points that are risks for our continent that we need to focus on and deal with. Climate change is a big risk for us. We are not big contributors. We are actually a very small contributor to carbon emissions. But we are one of the continent that is probably suffering most from climate change. Whether it is extreme weather conditions, and we're seeing it, looking at all of the cyclones hitting Madagascar right now. I'm looking at the droughts in the whole of Africa. So we see an increase in the frequency of extreme weather conditions, and we need to really invest in adaptation. Adaptation in terms of building the infrastructure that is adapted to those changes. Very important area of adaptation is agriculture and food security. We need to invest in the technologies, agricultural technologies, that would make our food systems more resilient to climate shocks. So that is extremely important. Finally, that will be my last point, the other risk that our continent is facing is the risk of conflict and instability. And we see the conflict in many areas in our continent. I'm thinking of the Sahel, I'm thinking of the whole of Africa, I'm thinking of the Great Lakes region, and so on. So we need to deal with and understand what are the drivers of this conflict and instability. And there are political drivers, obviously, but there are also social and economic drivers. And so how, in every conflict case, it is important for us as Africans to, on the political side, and that's what the big role for the African Union, is to try to find the political solutions and the political resolutions, and to maintain that stability over the long term, We need to understand what is driving this conflict on the economic side and on the social side, and what kinds of investment, what can we do to stabilize the situation and ensure peace and stability and prosperity for all of Africa. I thank you very, very much for inviting me. I'm really delighted to be with you today, and I think that this is a great opportunity and a great discussion so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Say. I think he deserves a better round of applause. That was great. He touched on very core issues, and as if he was here seeing all of us and what we do. When he touched on agricultural technology, we had a great man here, the internet, we saw Mr. Perkins, everybody was nodding because he was touching on the key areas of all of us here. A better round of applause again for him. We are privileged now to have another remarks from a man who is the coordinator for Young African Leaders Initiative. And as a Mandela Washington Fellow, I'm a beneficiary of this initiative. So I'll call him a boss. He is my boss here. And he joined the Foreign Affairs Service in 2009 after graduating from the Master of International Affairs program at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. Prior to joining the Office of Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs in the Bureau of African Studies, he served as a special assistant in the office under Secretary for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs. Sorry. Economic Officer at U.S. Consulate Dubai and Assistant Cultural Affairs Officer at U.S. Embassy in Amman. He is Terence Favors, and he's also served in Saudi Arabia and Peru. Such an international man. With a round of applause, Terence Favors.
Right, good afternoon and greetings to our distinguished hosts, Your Excellency Ambassador Hilda Sukumapudze. Thank you for the support of the African Union Mission, Union Mission has provided to make this program possible today. I'd also like to thank the organizers of this event, including Yali TV, for inviting me to be here today. I'd like to extend my heartfelt greetings from the U.S. Department of State to everyone in attendance today as we celebrate Black History Month. Today's Black History Month celebration follows several days of engaging conversations and discussions about trade, technology, media, and other topics that are critical to Africa's growth. As the State Department's coordinator for the Young African Leaders Initiative, which is commonly known as YALI, I'm very excited to participate in this segment of the program that is focused on youth. On this occasion of Black History Month, where we celebrate and remember the history of Black people of African descent in America, it is inspiring to see that just yesterday, President Biden nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson to be an Associate Justice on the U.S. Supreme Court. If confirmed, she will be the first Black woman to serve on the nation's highest court. This is also a reminder that there is still work to be done in the United States to achieve a state of equity, equality, and inclusivity. Historically, youth have played an important role in driving change and progress in the United States and around the world. During the U.S. Civil Rights Movement, students and young people came together to organize and call for change. It is thanks to those previous generations of young people that we can see achievements like the nomination of Judge Jackson, the election of the first Black U.S. Vice President, and even for me to have the opportunity to serve as a U.S. diplomat. I say thank you to those youth who have come before me. We know that education is a priceless key that opens doors to new opportunities. In her remarks at the White House yesterday, Judge Jackson discussed the important role her parents played as educators and her father's example of dedication as he pursued a law degree while she was a young child. I am inspired by stories like this and reminded of the important role we can play, whether young, old, or in between, to be mentors and teachers to other members of our community. You never know what future Supreme Court Justice, Vice President, or President you might inspire. Through the YALI network, we support YALI Learns events, which we encourage members to share the lessons they have learned from the YALI Network's resources. In the coming weeks, we will launch our annual Africa for Her campaign that seeks to empower women and encourage them to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Those careers that we have heard about today that will inspire and lead to economic change and growth. I'm also inspired by the stories I hear and the young Africans I meet who are doing great work in their communities and in their countries. With more than 75% of the 1.3 billion people living in Africa under the age of 35, you, as Africa's youth, have the power to change your communities, impact the world around you, and we here in the United States are ready and willing to be standing near you, next to you, as partners in success. Since 2014, the Mandela Washington Fellowship has brought nearly 5,000 young leaders from every country in sub-Saharan Africa to the United States for academic and leadership training. This past year, 41,000 students from sub-Saharan Africa also chose to study in the United States in our institutions of higher education. And many thousands more have benefited from other programs that provide training in topics such as English language, entrepreneurship, civic engagement, and leadership. Members of the YALI community have made significant contributions by starting businesses, creating jobs, addressing injustices, and providing greater access to education. Others have worked to improve access to critical healthcare services, build schools, write books, and even develop mobile applications that address various needs in their communities. These are only a few examples of the great work that young people are doing in Africa. We continue to support the online YALI Network, the 4 regional leadership centers, and the Mandela Washington Fellowship to support Africa's future leaders with a focus on business, civic engagement, and public management. Programs like YALI and others help build on the enduring bond that exists between the United States and the nations of Africa. And each individual participant represents a new link between us. Youth can be enthusiastic and inspirational, bringing new ideas and innovation to address some of our most pressing concerns, like the climate crisis, strengthening democracy, and empowering economic growth. During the Summit for Democracy that took place last December, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield stated, "Far too often young people are silenced, your perspectives ignored," which she said is unacceptable at a moment when so many of the biggest challenges democracies face today affect young people most acutely. From threats like the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, or issues such as the shifting economy, racial justice and inclusion, and decisions we make now will all reverberate for the rest of your lives. So your voices must be heard. Africa is a continent of young people, energized, innovative, hungry for jobs and opportunity. And by 2025, more than half of the population of Africa will be under the age of 25. By the year 2050, 1 in 4 of the people on Earth will be African. Secretary Blinken outlined 5 areas of common interest during his visit to Abuja last year. These areas of interest between the United States and Africa include global health, the climate crisis, inclusive economic growth, democracy, and peace and security. In that speech, he also said, "We want to create local jobs and benefit local communities. We support anti-corruption and transparency measures, so leaders and citizens can evaluate whether deals made on their behalf really are worth it. And we want to protect workers and the environment." I will add, these are all areas that young people in Africa are working on now, and we will look forward to seeing their successes. I would like to close by thanking you all for your time and attention today. Each of us has a role to play in building new partnerships that will deliver future successes. We must stand together and support one another as we strive to address the challenges around us and remember the contributions of those who came before us. Happy Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Terence. That was wonderful. And I'm proud to be a beneficiary of the Mandela Washington Fellowship. I came to Clark Atlanta University in 2018. The next person to also give us remarks is somebody I also admire a lot. She is the interim head of the Diaspora Division of the Citizens and Diaspora Organization Directorate of the African Union. And I think that's overexcitement. Maybe she deserves a round of applause for that. So the next person to talk to us, like I said, is also somebody a lot of you might aspire to be like. She is the interim head of the Diaspora Division of the Citizens and Diaspora Organization Directorate of the African Union. And looking at the name, I'm sure she is from Ghana, Miss Angelana Afole Odai. With a round of applause, Angela.
Thank you very much. Her Excellency Ambassador Hilda Sakuza Mafuzi, the African Group of Diplomats in the United States, Excellencies, distinguished African diaspora representatives in the Americas, Caribbean and beyond, speakers, colleagues from the AU Representational Office in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. Warmest greetings from the headquarters of the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa. And yes, I am Ghanaian. I deem it a great pleasure to be part of this noble gathering of colleagues, experts, policymakers, and prominent diaspora representatives who have taken quality time off your schedules to celebrate the Black History Month with us. I would quote Maya Angelou, "If you're always trying to be normal, you'll never know how amazing you can be." Adding my voice to the numbers, I commend the African Union's permanent representatives to the USA and her team for facilitating the celebration of the Black History Month 2022. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. This event has given us all this opportunity to actually remind ourselves or forecast on what it means for an African emancipation, our rich cultural heritage, and then the fortitude we have as a people. The continent of Africa has been blessed, as we all noticed through the various panelists, especially from the video of Dr. Walker. We noticed that we have one of the widest variety of diaspora known to mankind. And these diasporas tell or reflect various eras of our history, ranging from the over 200 million people of African descent living in Americas alone, and then to all other African descendants having been enslaved in other parts of the world who identify themselves from the origins of East Africa. Then we look at the IOM Trends, International Organization for Migration Trends, on data which highlight the approximately 19 million people of post-Atlantic African migrants living outside of the continent based on their World Migration Report. This alone shows how serious and how severe this is, that as a continental body, there will be the need for us to actually make sure that we are able to encourage, mobilize, and then engage the diaspora into making sure that diaspora's philanthropic contributions, skills, and connections depicts the beauty of African diversity. And therefore, we must actually try harnessing this or making sure that we build this relationship in a very proactive manner towards the continents, both continents' overall development. Because as much as you impact where you are in your host countries or home, depending on which aspect of the diaspora you fall into, you realize then that you still make Africa shine, you still make Africa proud. Diaspora engagement has been a main priority of the African Union and a key catalyst into achieving the kind of integrated continent, politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. This is actually in Agenda 2063, and then it brings everything into fruition that the African Union really wanted to put frameworks in place to make sure that there is participation among the African diaspora into the contribution of Africa's social and economic development. How is this done? we would notice that the Constitutive Act, which is the manual of the African Union, or should I say the Bible of the African Union, it talks about the amendment protocol, which actually brings in the participation not only at the political level, but in all facets, the true participation of African diaspora. Having noted that the diaspora helped, alongside the civil society living on the continent, helped into making sure that there was a transition from the OAU to the AU. How did this happen? This happened because the two main issues, which were colonialism and apartheid, was brought to an end during the OAU. So therefore, the OAU had finished its objectives, or its objectives had come to a fruition. Therefore, the need for us to actually build a human-centered or a people-centered organization which has the participation of the diaspora, African roots, all African roots citizens, and then making sure that we all work together into achieving the kind of Africa that we want. In order to make this happen, there was the first Global African Diaspora Summit, which was held in Johannesburg in 2012. And then heads of state and government in those days set together certain things that they needed to see happen so that it will help build that relationship between the diaspora and then the continent or the union. Among these are the 5 legacy projects. The 5 legacy projects are supposed to have been completed by the year 2023, and it comprises the African Institute of Remittances, which happens to be the only one which has been established in Nairobi. Now we're currently working on the African Diaspora Investment Fund. We just went through summit and heads of state have adopted the first report, so we are going to do further studies on that. Then we have the African Diaspora Skills Database. We have the African Diaspora Marketplace, which we are working together with the EU under the continent-to-continent dialogue, and then ensuring that we are able to actually build it into the kind of formidable continental project that we need to see. So this is a viable platform for us to be able to leverage on the strengths of Afropolitan, for example, bringing all these things, all these facets of diaspora initiatives to bear for us to be able to not only refer others from other parts of the continent to them, but then again, make them stronger. And then again, they will have to put they'll have to make input into the continental framework because they have already had prior experience. So this is part of the part of the relationship, part of the problem sharing initiative, and then these are some of the ideas that we build together from the continental level and then at the level of the diaspora as well. So we have that, and then the 5th one is the African Diaspora Volunteer Corps, which seeks to actually harness that the diaspora into actually getting involved into African developmental work and all that for them to obtain that kind of experience that need be. So this formed the formulation of the Citizens and Diaspora Organizations Directorate, CIDO, which I belong to. And under CIDO, we have the diaspora divisions and then the civil society divisions. Now, with our concentrate on the diaspora divisions for obvious purposes, and under the diaspora divisions, we divided the world into Americas and Caribbean, Europe, and then Middle East, Asia, and Oceania, 3 different regions. So we have 3 desks that we operate with. So with Americas and Caribbean, we work through the representational office in America. Not only that, but we have other alliances that we build with CARICOM, CBAN, so on and so forth. So this is how we work. We make sure that first and foremost, we have listened in, I've had the opportunity to listen in to various panels, and then there's always this disconnect or the fact that there are most people are working in silos and people are doing wonderful things. I mean, diasporas are doing wonderful things, but we do not see the connection, we do not see the emergence, whereby there should be that kind of crystallization so that despite the kind of wonderful ideas you have on your plate, you should still be able to form these strong networks so that your clout will be seen and then your voices will be heard when you speak or when you act. This way, we are able to work better with you and we are able to actually link you up to other regions for you to actually engage more viably. So we believe in making sure that, or encouraging, that diasporas are able to come together as networks, not only as organizations, but they form these networks so that they are stronger and so that it's very easy for them to represent their region. Because at the end of the day, we are still looking, CEDAW is at the forefront of seeking various strategies to ensuring that the diaspora are represented at the union. How do we do this? Unless, of course, the diasporas come together. So it is very important, and I must plead to reiterate again that it's important for us to actually come together. At the opposite side of the coin, what we do is engage member states, build their capacities, and then make them more friendly towards diaspora engagement. We make them understand the essence of engaging their diasporas so that they do not only look at the kind of financial remittances that diasporas bring, but they look further than that at social remittances, they look at the cultural remittances, they then again look at how best you can build together. You can build up nations, projects, and then even the networks together. So I'll use COVID. I'll still cite COVID as an example, like it was cited earlier. You realize that there was so much strength in the diaspora this time around. The diaspora were more assertive if we are talking about recent issues during COVID, that we saw to it that African diaspora actually were standing and becoming sure that their rights were being given to them, or what was due them was being respected. And then you realize again that the AU was able to make a statement backing the diaspora. And this was something that hadn't happened in a long time. So these are some of the processes and these are some of the initiatives that we do at the Citizens and Diaspora Organizations Directorate into making sure that our relationship with the African diaspora are stronger. Now with issues of, I remember Mr. Shepherd making mention of, he had a very nice sentence saying that the truth that the African diaspora in the Americas are builders of developed nations, and this is true. This is something that CEDAW could still reiterate to member states for them to understand the importance of the African diaspora, how dynamic they are, how important they are, and the fact that the continent is actually blessed to have their perspective as well in the building up of our various nations. On issue of the youth engagement, you realize, I don't know whether it's been mentioned before, but you realize that the chairperson of the African Union Commission has this 1 million youth initiative by the year 2023, that there are 4 E's that we are looking at that youth should be engaged on, which comes to education, it cuts across employment, and entrepreneurship, and then engagement, so that we make sure that the youth are engaged. Hence, we even have a youth envoy to that respect. I would announce to you too that we have the Pan-African University having the entrepreneurship hub, so that we are able to actually help in building up some of these marketplace business labs and all that, for us to be able to actually view it and then contribute to it at a continental level. In view of this and many others, I will then say that I deem it a great pleasure again to be called upon to speak in this august occasion. And since I am actually a great fan of the late Dr. Angelo, I end in actually strengthening the youth present here, that we delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes that it has gone through to achieve that beauty. I urge all stakeholders, therefore, to be supportive of these noble diaspora youth initiatives that are brought to your attention, that transcends the dream of the diaspora into putting the African youth on the kind of pedestal that they deserve. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Angela. Since the past 5 hours, I've never been more convinced than today about this Kwame Nkrumah's quote, that says the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart. I'm sure we can all attest to this. Africa is blessed with rich knowledge, very learned people. From 10 a.m. till now, you heard them, what they've shared to us and more. I'll leave you with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King's, one of the epistles he shared, and it's what is your life's blueprint. So there's a quote in there that says, be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, be a trail. If you can't be a sun, be a star. For it isn't by sight that you win or fail. Be the best of whatever you are. Thank you and God bless you. So I'll hand you over to Brandon. Brandon, take over.
Well, thank you, Nana, for your moderation of this past section as we move on to the next section of our program and coming closer to the close of our programming for today, although we still have a lot of great content. So thank you again for sticking with us virtually, and for those that are here with us at the African Union mission here in Washington, D.C. I want to bring up Heaven Douglas, who I had a great conversation with earlier today about her work and her mission. She's going to lead a conversation about economic empowerment for young people. Again, we've been talking around kind of this central issue in just about every session that we've had today. We did a deeper dive on it as we talked about entrepreneurship and ways to work together. And now we'll get an opportunity to, I think, really explore how do we position young people in the African diaspora to be successful economically and otherwise moving forward. Heaven, come on.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Heaven Douglas, and today I'll be moderating a panel for youth economic empowerment. The first panelist that I'd like to introduce is Ms. Oge Onufogu, who is the director of the West Africa program at the U.S. Institute of Peace, where she leads programming in Nigeria, coastal West Africa, Lake Chad Basin, and the Gulf of Guinea. In this position, she provides leadership and oversees the design and implementation of projects to mitigate violent conflict, promote inclusion, and strengthen community-oriented security by partnering with policymakers. Her thematic focus on government and democracy, U.S.-Africa relations, and civil society development in South Africa. Prior to joining in 2015, she managed governance, citizen engagement, and elections programs in West and Southern Africa with the National Democratic Institute. Before that, she was the program officer for the West Africa at the National Endowment of Democracy, where for several years she oversaw and managed programs with the International Resources Committee. Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Martha Ferry, who is the Director of Human Capital at Africa Development Bank. She is an economist and development practitioner with over 20 years experience in development planning and financing. She is currently working as Director of Human Capital, Youth and Skills Development Department. In her role, she also oversees the health and social protection programs of the bank. Previously, she worked for the African Development Bank as country manager in Rwanda and as country economist for Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, and Namibia. As country manager, she led the bank teams in conducting country dialogue, designing and supervising the implementation of both sovereign and non-sovereign funded operations, and providing technical and knowledge advisory services to support reforms. Next, we will have Ms. Jahan Johnson, who is the Senior Vice President of Citibank. Her portfolio includes Africa, the Middle East, and international development issues. Prior to joining Citi, Jahan was Foreign Service Officer at the Department of State, where she served in various posts in the Middle East and Washington. On her assignment, she worked at the White House during the Trump and Obama administrations, advising senior officials on key economic and political developments that affect American interests. She graduated from Johns Hopkins University with a Master's of Arts in International Economics, and she received her Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics from Spelman College. And finally, we will have Ms. Karen McCollum Jones, who is the co-founder and vice president, co-founder of VMP Magazine and Media. She is an entrepreneur and philanthropist, being one of the first African Americans to own an upscale storefront business located in the most prestigious area of downtown Washington, D.C., 2 blocks from the White House. She is the CEO and president of Class Act Productions, LLC, and Class Act Speakers Bureau, founder and president of Urban Style Media, and the creator and host of BAADASS talk show, while leading her expertise in the area of business development, business and purpose coach, and inspirational speaker series. She is best known for her work that she does in the community, earning over 30 proclamations and several awards, receiving an honorary degree, and also during the COVID pandemic, she led massive food drives feeding over 9,700 people throughout the Washington metropolitan area. Can you all give me a round of applause for our panelists? Are all of the panelists on the call?
I think OJ may have had to go, but I think everyone else is there.
Great. So as mentioned, today we'll be talking about economic strategies for youth. And we'd like to kick off the questions. Basically, if you could answer in a few words, what priorities are you most focused on for expanding economic opportunities for you? Jahan, can you kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much. And thank you to all the organizers, particularly Ambassador Kukumukudze at the AU Mission to the U.S. So in terms of some of the priorities that Citi thinks through in terms of trying to support and empower youth across the continent, I would say we kind of think about it from 2 angles. The first one is certainly from a business angle. You know, we are a bank and we have a pretty wide network throughout the continent doing business in over 30 countries. And some of the key sectors that we're looking at in terms of supporting from a business perspective are certainly around digital, that's come up quite a bit, around climate, also around healthcare, and also looking to support women in particular. I would also add that we support it from a sort of corporate responsibility, global citizen responsibility as well, in trying to do some of that same funding for young entrepreneurs in some of those same sectors, but in this case, via our foundation. So at Citi, you know, we have a pretty wide commitment to the continent and to the continent's youth specifically, and I think it's great to see us do it from both a philanthropic but also a business-minded aspect.
Great. And Martha, would you like to follow up? Karen, are you also on the call?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, and thank you, the African Union, for having me. And as I delve in, as you know, I am with the media company and the media side of what we do with the community and doing community outreach. And first of all, it's important that we go in these undeserved communities and that these youth know that they are loved, they are important, they have vision and dreams as well. How can we help them to see that their circumstances can also grow into being productive and being mindful of our community? So what we focus on is working with the foster care system here in the D